There is an ancient whisper your soul has always longed to hear, a truth not carved in stone but woven from the very fabric of the universe, awaiting the moment you were ready to listen. Your discovery of these pages is no accident. It is a convergence, a signal from your deepest self that you are ready to awaken. Take a deep breath. Feel the air fill your lungs. You have spent a lifetime believing that prosperity is a chase, a mountaintop to be conquered, a treasure to be unearthed in the outer world. You were taught to strive, to struggle, to do more in order to have more. But what if it was all a great misunderstanding? What if money, the very thing you've been pursuing, isn't lifeless paper or numbers in an account, but a living, breathing energy, a sacred current of the universe? It is not something to be possessed, but a dance you are invited to join. And how you move within this dance, with grace or resistance, with faith or fear, determines everything. This book is not here to teach you another strategy for getting rich. It is here to remind you of a forgotten truth. The source of all abundance is not in the stock market or your business plan. It resides in the sanctuary of your inner world. Wealth is a resonance of who you are, the frequency you emit, the symphony of your soul. Who you are echoes infinitely more powerfully throughout the cosmos than what you do. You were not born to fight for scraps from life's table. You were born to flourish as naturally as an acorn contains the blueprint for a great oak tree. Abundance is not an achievement to be won. It is your sacred birthright, a natural state simply waiting to be allowed. Therefore, the journey we are about to embark on is not an arms race to accumulate more knowledge. It is a pilgrimage back to being. It is a process of shedding, of casting off the cloaks of limitation, peeling away the layers of belief in lack that have obscured your own radiant nature. The key lies not in striving, but in alignment. When you tune your inner self to resonate with the creative laws of the universe, the flow of wealth finds its way to you as effortlessly as a river finds the sea. No struggle, no force, only allowing. The fact that you are reading these words is proof that a profound shift has already begun. A part of you is ready to give up the fight and come home to the truth of your own infinite abundance. Turn the next page, not as a seeker, but as one who is remembering, because the greatest knowledge is not learned but awakened from within. Chapter 1. The melody of the invisible flow in the quietest corners of the soul. There is a fear we have all tasted. It's the tightening in your chest when you look at an empty wallet, the catch in your breath when an unexpected bill arrives. I remember that feeling intimately. Years ago, I worked to the point of exhaustion, believing that every drop of sweat would buy me a little more security, a little more stability. But strangely, the harder I clung, the faster the sand seemed to slip through my fingers. Every dollar earned came with the fear of losing it. Wealth to me then was a distant mountaintop, and I was just a weary climber with bleeding feet, always feeling like I was about to lose my footing. It was in my moment of deepest exhaustion, when I thought I couldn't take another step, that a gentle truth found me, not like a lightning bolt, but like a whisper on the wind. You are trying to hold the river. Learn to flow with it. And that is when my true journey began. In a valley cradled by ancient mountains, where the morning mist hung like sheer veils, there lived a blacksmith named Kael. His workshop rang with the sound of hammer on anvil, a powerful rhythm of diligence. Kael was the finest smith in the region. The swords he forged were sharp. The horseshoes he crafted were durable. Everyone acknowledged his skill, yet his family lived in constant want. His wife Elara was a woman with a sensitive heart. Each evening, as Kael returned with calloused hands and a face smudged with soot, she would quietly count the few coins they had earned. She saw a heartbreaking contradiction. Her husband poured all his strength, devotion, and soul into his work, yet the rewards were just enough to barely scrape by. The anxiety in her grew like a dark cloud blotting out the sun. It became an invisible weight pressing down on the air, in their small home. Kale felt that weight too. He began to work longer hours. His hammer rang from before dawn until late into the night. He tried harder, faster, stronger, but paradoxically, things only seemed to get worse. An order was cancelled, a crucial tool broke, an unexpected expense arose. The more desperately they strove, the more it felt like the current of abundance was deliberately avoiding them. Wealth was no longer just a goal, it had become an obsession, a shapeless monster that mocked their powerlessness. One afternoon, when her frustration had peaked, Alara left the house and wandered to the bank of a stream. She sat on a moss-covered rock watching the clear water glide over the smooth pebbles. The water just flowed without effort. It didn't try to reach the ocean, it simply flowed. It filled every empty space, moved around every obstacle with gentle ease. It did not worry about the future or mourn the past. It was simply a current. In that moment, a truth flashed in Alara's mind, clear and powerful. She realized what her family had been doing wrong. They weren't living in harmony with the flow. They were trying to build a dam of fear and control. Every one of Kale's hammer blows was no longer a melody of creation, but had become a cry of scarcity. Every coin she counted was not a seed of gratitude, but a reminder of lack. They were carrying poverty in their very vibration, and so the world outside was simply mirroring that state back to them. She returned home with a newfound peace. That evening, she didn't tell Kyle to work harder. Instead, she took his rough hands in hers and said, "My love, tomorrow when you lift your hammer, do not think of the coins we need. Think of the fire dancing. Feel the strength of the metal yielding to your hand. Work with the joy of an artist, not the burden of a slave." Kyle, though skeptical, agreed out of his love for her. The next day, a subtle shift occurred. His hammering was still powerful, but the rhythm was different. It was no longer hurried and desperate. Instead, it rang with a steady, resonant cadence, like the beat of a peaceful heart. He let his mind merge with the fire, with the red-hot iron. He was no longer just forging swords. He was being a smith. A few days later, the entourage of a great lord passed through the village. The lord, a man with a keen eye for artistry, happened to hear the steady, life-filled rhythm of the hammer coming from Kyle's workshop. Curious, he stopped in. He saw not only skillfully made products, but he could almost feel a unique energy radiating from them, a balance, a groundedness, a soul. He placed a massive order larger than anything Kyle had ever dreamed of, not because the price was low, but because of the feeling the items gave him. That night, as Alara and Kyle looked at the glittering deposit on their table, they didn't feel the frantic joy of a lottery winner. Instead, they felt a deep gratitude, a quiet recognition. They had not chased wealth. They had simply changed their inner melody, and wealth, like a natural companion, had arrived to harmonize with it. The story of Alara and Kyle is not a fairy tale miracle. It is an illustration of a fundamental law of the universe. Money is energy, not an object. The most essential lesson is to see through the form of a coin or a bill, to realize its true nature, an invisible fluid current of energy that follows the direction of consciousness. It is not rigid or finite. Like the stream, it flows where there is openness and recedes from where it is blocked by fear. Being precedes having. You must embody wealth in your vibration and awareness before it can manifest physically. Kyle and Alara became prosperous in their spirit through peace and joy in their work before the gold coins appeared. External abundance is merely a mirror reflecting a state of sufficiency that was first nurtured within. Alignment creates more than effort. A single shift in perception has more transformative power than an increase in labor. Instead of working harder from a place of lack, shift into a state of harmony with the true nature of wealth. Kyle's hammer wasn't stronger, but it was more aligned, and the results were extraordinary. Openness to receive instead of grasping to control. The energy of abundance does not respond to neediness, worry, or a mind fixated on scarcity. It flows toward hearts that are open, attuned, and trusting in the natural current of the universe, just as Alara learned from the stream. Prosperity is a realization, not a pursuit. The moment you stop seeing wealth as an external target to be hunted, you discover it as a state that is already available within you. The chase only pushes it away, the realization invites it in, and our mind is the tool for this realization. In another village there lived a weaver named Anya. Her hands were nimble, but the rugs she wove did not sell. They were technically beautiful but lacked a soul. Anya wove with anxiety. Every thread she pulled carried the weight of her rent and her next meal. She tried to visualize people clamoring for her rugs, but the image was always blurry, overshadowed by the palpable feeling of desperation. Until one day she stopped trying to visualize selling the rugs. Instead, each morning she sat at her loom, closed her eyes, and visualized not the outcome, but the feeling. She imagined the feeling of pure joy as the colors blended together. She imagined the warmth the rug would bring to a family on a cold night. She imagined the story the threads were telling. She was no longer trying to create wealth. She was practicing being a conduit for beauty and abundance. Gradually, her rugs changed. They began to radiate a warmth, a story, a soul. People didn't just buy them for decoration, they bought them for the sense of peace they brought into a home. Anya had not pursued money. She had invited the energy of creativity and warmth, and money followed as a natural consequence. Practice transforming the energy of money. Practices like visualization are not wishful thinking. They are powerful tools for breaking down subconscious barriers, reprogramming your emotional state, and training your entire being to resonate with the frequency of plenty. Take 5 minutes each day for this small exercise. Hold a coin or a bill, anything you have. Sit in a quiet place, close your eyes, and just feel it. Feel the cool metal, the soft paper. Just sense it as a physical object. Begin to shift your perception. Now imagine this money not as a static object, but as a condensed, shimmering packet of energy. Imagine it as a temporary resting point for a vast river of energy that has flowed through thousands, even millions of hands before yours. It was once in a farmer's hand to buy seeds, a carpenter's hand to buy wood, a mother's hand to buy milk for her child. Feel the flow. Feel the history and energy of all those exchanges. Feel the gratitude, hope, and work contained within it. You are not its owner. You are merely its temporary custodian, one link in this chain of flow. Send it gratitude. Silently thank this energy for visiting your life. Bless it on its onward journey so that it may continue to serve to flow where it is needed. Say to it, "Thank you for visiting. You are free to flow." Open your eyes. Notice the shift in your emotional relationship with the money. It is no longer an object of anxiety, but a symbol of connection and endless flow. By doing this, you are training your mind to see through the illusion of scarcity and connect with the truth of the invisible, prosperous flow. You are learning to play in tune with the universe's melody. Chapter 2: The Ancient Well and the Invisible Flow. I once had a small garden behind my house. In my mind, I had painted a perfect picture of it: ruler, straight rows of vegetables, vibrant flowers without a single blemish, not one weed in sight. Every day I entered the garden with a list of things that had to be done. I pulled weeds with a sense of tension, watered the plants with precise measurements, and inspected every leaf for signs of disease. I was managing the garden, but my garden didn't flourish as I'd hoped. The plants were stunted, the flowers bloomed weakly. Ironically, my neighbor's wild garden, where the old woman would only occasionally gaze and smile, was lush and brimming with life. One day, seeing me furiously yanking out a weed, she spoke softly. "Child, a garden doesn't need a warden, it needs a friend. Trust the sun, trust the rain, and trust the soil." Her words were like a ray of light. I realized I had been trying to control life instead of allowing life to flow. I had brought my fear of imperfection into the garden, and it had answered me with frailty. From that day on, I changed. I came to the garden not to impose my will, but to listen. I was grateful for every drop of dew, I smiled at every blossom, and I saw the weeds as just another part of nature. And then a miracle happened. The garden awoke. It became vibrant not in the perfect way I had once imagined, but in a wild, free, and far more beautiful way. I had learned a profound lesson: the only thing that holds back life is the effort to control it. Beside a winding river, a village prospered thanks to the watermill of the miller's family. Finian's father had been a joyful man who always trusted the river. He used to say the river had a soul, and his job was simply to harmonize with it. Under his care, the water wheel turned evenly and rhythmically, and fine white flour flowed in abundance, bringing sustenance to the entire village. When his father passed, Finian took over the mill. He was a careful and responsible man, but his heart lacked his father's trust. One year, a long drought caused the river to shrink. The weak current was only enough to turn the water wheel slowly, heavily. Fear began to creep into Finian's mind. He feared the mill would stop. He feared there wouldn't be enough flour for the villagers. He feared his family would go hungry. That fear turned into action. Instead of trusting, Finian began to control. He spent days building a small dam of stones and branches, trying to hoard the water to stop the meager flow from escaping. He thought he was being wise, protecting his assets, but he was committing an act against nature. The blocked water became stagnant and scummed over. The water wheel, instead of turning steadily, now moved in jolts and starts, depending on when Finian opened or closed his dam. His control didn't stop at the river. He became hard on the farmers. He meticulously weighed every sack of grain, grumbled about the quality, and was always filled with suspicion. He thought he needed to be tough to protect his interests in difficult times, but that attitude created an invisible resistance. The farmers, feeling untrusted, began taking their grain to other, more distant villages. Finian, in his effort to hoard and control, was strangling his own supply. He had turned himself into a stagnant pond instead of a channel for the flow of prosperity. The mill fell nearly silent. Finian's home, once filled with laughter and the smell of baking bread, was now shrouded in silence and anxiety. He had gained the control he wanted, but he had lost everything. One afternoon, in a fit of despair, Finian sat by his makeshift dam. He looked at the stagnant water, then gazed far off to where the river was still trying to flow. Suddenly his father's words echoed in his mind. "You don't own the river, Finian. You only borrow its power. Be grateful, and it will be generous." A tear rolled down Finian's cheek. He realized his mistake. The real dam wasn't made of stones and branches. The biggest, strongest dam was the fear and doubt inside him. It was he, not the drought, who had stopped the flow. The scarcity he was experiencing didn't come from the outside. It was a reflection of his inner resistance. With a new resolve, Finian began to dismantle the dam. He tossed every stone, every branch downstream, returning freedom to the water. When the last stone was removed, something miraculous happened. The current, though still weak, began to flow unimpeded. The water wheel began to turn again, slowly but steadily, creating a gentle healing rhythm. The next day he went to the farmers. He didn't bargain or demand. He simply said, "I am sorry. I let fear cloud my gratitude. Bring me your grain, however much you have. I will mill it with all my devotion." The change in him moved them. They saw the Finian of old, the son of the miller they had loved. Grain was brought to the mill again, this time more than before. As if the universe were responding, a few days later, the first rains of the season arrived, not a flood, but gentle, steady rains enough to fill the river once more. Finian had learned the greatest lesson of his life. He didn't need to control the flow. He only needed to become a clear channel, and the flow would take care of the rest. The law of allowing Finian's story is not about rivers and grain. It is a story about our own inner world. and the universe's invisible flow of prosperity. Your inner world is the valve on the flow. Imagine your soul is an ancient well connected to an infinite underground aquifer of abundance. Gratitude, joy, and trust are like clearing the passage and widening the mouth of the well, allowing water to gush forth. Conversely, fear, worry, and doubt are like throwing stones and mud into the well, tightening the valve, turning a pure gush into a muddy trickle. The paradox of control: the more you grasp, the more you lose. Finian's effort to dam the water is the perfect metaphor for how we often treat money. When we try to rigidly control, hoard, and direct it out of fear, we create resistance and back pressure. Letting go of control, trusting the flow, and allowing abundance to operate naturally is the very act that opens the door to greater prosperity. You are a channel, not a reservoir. The universe does not need more stagnant reservoirs where energy is hoarded and becomes inert. It needs clear, open channels through which the infinite flow of abundance can course freely, benefiting you and everyone you interact with. Your role is to keep your channel clear. Abundance is infinite. Scarcity is a result of resistance. The aquifer that feeds the well never runs dry. The universe's supply is limitless. The lack you experience is not a condition of the world, but a result of your inner resistance, the dam of fear. The only barrier is the one you have built. To allow or to restrict, the choice is yours. In every moment of the day, you stand at a crossroads. Will you act from trust or from fear? Will you be grateful for what you have or worry about what you lack? Will you open yourself to receive or contract in self-defense? These twin forces exist within you always. The path to wealth is a series of conscious choices to continuously reside in the state of allowing. Practice becoming the stream. This practice helps you experience the feeling of letting go, dissolving invisible resistance and training yourself to trust the natural flow. Find a quiet place. Sit comfortably, close your eyes, and take a few deep breaths. Imagine you are a stream. Don't just picture yourself sitting by a stream. Actually become it. Feel the life energy, which is the water flowing through your entire being, from the top of your head to the tips of your toes. Identify a boulder. Now think of a specific worry in your life, a bill, a relationship, a professional insecurity. Visualize that worry as a large boulder sitting in the middle of your stream self. Do not resist it. Your first reaction might be to push the boulder away to try and break it. Don't. That is control. That is resistance. Flow around it. Instead, allow your water energy to do what it does most naturally: gently flow around the boulder. Feel your current part softly embracing both sides of the boulder, and then merge again on the other side, continuing on its journey. Feel the freedom. The boulder is still there, but it no longer obstructs you. It is not an obstacle, but simply part of the landscape you flow through. You realize your power lies not in removing the boulder, but in your ability to continue your flow regardless of its presence. Stay with this feeling for a few minutes. The feeling of being an unobstructed flow. This is the state of allowing. By practicing this, you are sending a powerful message to the universe. I am ready. I trust. I am an open channel. Chapter 3. The Lighthouse of Consciousness. When I was a boy, my father took me to a great canyon, a majestic and silent place the locals called the Valley of Echoes. He told me to shout something. Annoyed about something I no longer remember, I yelled, "I hate you." Almost instantly from the distant cliffs, a voice echoed back, "I hate you. I hate you. You." My own anger was returned to me multiplied, making me feel small and alone. My father smiled, took a deep breath, faced the cliffs, and called out, "I love you." A warm wave of sound returned, gentle and powerful. "I love you. Love you. You." That day I learned a lesson more important than the physics of sound. I learned that the outer world, like the Valley of Echoes, holds no judgment or intention of its own. It is simply a great amplifying mirror, reflecting back exactly what we send into it. It responds not to our words, but to the energy, emotion, and belief behind them. Since that day, I have always reminded myself, before you send out a sound, be sure it's the one you truly want to hear echoed back into your life. In the ancient kingdoms, an artist's reputation could be a fortune in itself. Ronan was a minstrel, a wandering artist with a lute slung over his shoulder. Technically, he was a masterful musician. His fingers danced flawlessly over the frets, and his voice was clear and true. He knew hundreds of ballads about victorious heroes, discovered treasures, and fulfilled loves. But there was a bitter irony. While he sang of riches, his cap remained empty. Every night, Ronan played in noisy taverns. He sang lyrics of prosperity, but his heart was heavy with worry about his next meal. He told tales of bravery, but his mind was filled with self-doubt and complaint. Why does no one listen, he would often think. They are so crude, they don't appreciate true art. Perhaps I'm just not cut out for this. He didn't realize that while his mouth sang positive words, his entire being was broadcasting on a completely different frequency. He was sending out signals of lack of resentment, of failure, and the universe, like the Valley of Echoes, was simply sending him back more of the same experiences, indifference and the stray coins of pity. Ronan's mind was not a silent observer of injustice. It was a powerful broadcast station, constantly sending out magnetic signals that attracted the very circumstances he complained about. One night after a failed performance, Ronan wandered through the city and stumbled upon a strange sight. In a small courtyard, an old blind artist sat playing a harp. His instrument was battered, his voice was raspy, yet a crowd surrounded him, sitting in spellbound silence. No one spoke, no one laughed. They just listened, and many had tears welling in their eyes. The bowl placed before the old man was filled to the brim with gold and silver coins. Ronan stood there confused and ashamed. He, a young, healthy musician with perfect technique, couldn't hold anyone's attention. Yet this blind man with a worn-out harp could touch their very souls. When the crowd had thinned, Ronan shyly approached and asked, "Sir, what is your secret? My melodies are more complex, my lyrics more ornate, but—" The blind man smiled, a smile that came not from his eyes, but from somewhere much deeper. He said, "Young man, you sing about treasure. I find treasure in the vibration of the strings beneath my fingers. You sing about joy. I feel the joy of the night breeze on my cheeks and turn it into music. You are trying to get attention and money from your audience. I am simply giving them the feeling I have already found within myself. You are broadcasting a request. I am broadcasting a gift." Those words awakened Ronan. He realized his job was not to perform, his job was to resonate. The power wasn't in the notes, but in the feeling he poured into them. Ronan didn't play his lute for a week. He didn't practice his technique. He practiced feeling. He sat by a lake and tried to feel the peace of its still surface. He watched a child laugh and tried to absorb that pure joy. He held a piece of bread and felt a deep gratitude for the nourishment it provided. He was changing his energy field from the inside out, retuning the signal of his inner broadcast station. When he returned, everything was different. He didn't go to the loud taverns. He found a quiet street corner, closed his eyes, and began to play. He didn't play epic ballads. He played simple melodies born from the peace he had cultivated. His music was no longer a performance. It was an invitation into his own peaceful inner world. And people came. They stopped, they listened, and they felt. They didn't give him money out of pity. They gave it as an energy exchange, a thank you for the gift of peace he was broadcasting to the world. Ronan hadn't arduously changed his external actions. He changed his magnetic field first, and the right opportunities, people, and circumstances were naturally and effortlessly drawn to him. He had transformed himself from a desperate beggar into a lighthouse of peace. The law of broadcasting, Ronan's journey, is a profound lesson in how our reality is created. It is not random, it is a response. Your mind is a broadcast station, not an audience. Every thought, belief, and feeling you have about money doesn't just stay in your head. It is an energy signal you are constantly emitting, creating a magnetic field around you that attracts or repels corresponding prosperity. The universe responds to feeling, not just words. The power of an affirmation lies not in the words themselves, but in the belief and emotion you invest in them. Ronan sang words of wealth but felt lack. The universe ignored the words and responded to the feeling. One declaration felt with heartfelt certainty has 1,000 times more creative power than 1,000 mechanical, soulless repetitions. You are always affirming something. Whether you are conscious of it or not, you are constantly affirming a reality for yourself. Ronan's complaints about his audience and his misfortune were his most powerful negative affirmations, creating the very situation he lamented. The lesson is to consciously take control of this inner dialogue. Change your energy field first, and inspired action will follow. The most important work is done within. Instead of trying to force external actions as Ronan first did, focus on changing your magnetic field. When your energy changes, the right opportunities, people, and circumstances are naturally drawn to you. You paint your financial future with the colors of your consciousness. Your relationship with money is being broadcast to the universe moment by moment. Your energetic signature, like Ronan's lighthouse, will attract to you experiences that perfectly match the deepest convictions you hold about wealth, peace, or lack. Practice tuning the inner lighthouse. This practice helps you shift from being an unconscious broadcaster to a conscious creator, retuning the signal you send out to the universe. Identify your current frequency. Take a moment to be brutally honest with yourself. In the last 24 hours, what has your inner radio station been broadcasting on the topic of money and prosperity? Was it Worry FM with its news reports on bills and expenses? Was it Complaint Radio with its talk shows on unfairness? Or was it Endless Gratitude with its melodies of sufficiency? Just notice without judgment. Choose your desired frequency. Now choose one feeling that you want to be your dominant frequency. Don't be greedy. Pick a single word, for example, peace, trust, abundance, gratitude, or joy. You find the emotional source. This is the most crucial step. To broadcast the frequency of gratitude, don't just think the word. Find a memory or something in your present moment that makes you genuinely feel grateful. It could be a delicious meal, a loved one's smile, the feeling of sunshine on your skin. Anchor that feeling. Let it spread through your body. Broadcast, close your eyes. Focus on your chosen feeling. Imagine it as a warm, radiant orb of light in the center of your chest. See this light as the lens of your inner lighthouse. With every exhale, imagine this light growing brighter, expanding through your body, filling the room, and beaming out into the world in all directions. You are not trying to attract anything. You are simply shining. Affirm your intention. End by saying silently to yourself, "From this moment I am a lighthouse of your chosen feeling. I broadcast this frequency freely and joyfully. I trust that whatever is compatible with this light is now finding its way to me." Practice this every morning, even for just 3 to 5 minutes. You are doing the most important work there is. You are tuning your lighthouse, and soon the ships of prosperity will see your light and find their way home. Chapter 4. Shedding the Ancestral Robe. In my family, there is an heirloom passed down through generations, an old parchment map. It was drawn by my great-grandfather, a courageous explorer. The map guided him through lands unknown to any before him. My father also used it on his own youthful journeys. When my turn came, I accepted the map with deep reverence and pride. I believed it was the key to all my travels, but I kept getting lost. The trail the map pointed to was now a river. The dense forest my great-grandfather had marked had become a village. I tried to follow the map blindly because I believed in the wisdom of my ancestors and the value of our heirloom. That reverence made me ignore what my own eyes were seeing, to disregard the reality right in front of me. Until one day, standing in a muddy field where the map insisted there was dry land, I realized a crucial truth. The map wasn't wrong. It was simply no longer relevant. It was drawn for a different world, a different era. With gratitude, I carefully rolled up the map and put it away as a precious memento of the past, not a tool for the present. And for the first time, I lifted my head, looked at the sun, felt the direction of the wind, and began to draw my own map. Many of our beliefs about money are just like that map, an inherited legacy once useful but now possibly leading us astray. In a village nestled beside a gray stone quarry, there lived a family of renowned stonemasons. Liam was the third generation, a young man with broad shoulders and hands that were calloused yet skillful. He could turn a rough block of stone into smooth paving bricks or sturdy walls. He worked from sunrise to sunset just as his father and grandfather had done before him. Along with the inherited skill, Liam also inherited a belief system, a family truth, an invisible robe he had worn since he was a child. His father would often say, "Remember, Liam, our family are true laborers. We live by sweat and strength, easy wealth that's for nobles and merchants, not for us. Be content with what you have, that is safety." And Liam believed it. He worked diligently, but there was always a heavy feeling in his heart, a constant worry that there would never be enough. When he saw a wealthy merchant pass by in silken clothes, a flash of bitterness and envy would rise in him, only to be immediately extinguished by the inner voice, "That is not my world. My lot is to work hard." He didn't realize this belief wasn't a truth, but a curse, programmed through generations born from the hardships of his ancestors. He was living in the shadow of a fear that was not his own. His life might have continued this way if not for the arrival of a scholar from the capital city. The scholar came to the village to study its unique stone. One day he saw Liam carving a small figure of a bird from a scrap of stone for his son. The scholar was stunned. He looked at the soft lines, the spirit of life that Liam had breathed into the inanimate block. "This is extraordinary," he exclaimed. "This is not the work of a laborer, this is the work of an artist. Why don't you sell these pieces in the capital? They are worth a fortune." Liam, bewildered reflexively, repeated his family's mantra, "Sir, we are just simple stonemasons. We work hard for a living." The scholar looked him straight in the eye and asked a simple question that shook Liam's entire world. "Who told you that?" For the first time in his life, Liam truly heard his own belief. He realized it wasn't his. It was an old story, a heavy, tattered robe that had been passed down. He had been wearing it for so long he had forgotten it was there. That was the moment of identification, the first key to unlocking the invisible shackles. That night, Liam couldn't sleep. The scholar's words echoed in his mind. Following the advice of his new friend, he took a piece of charcoal and a sheet of parchment and wrote down all the truths he had been taught about money work and his own value. He wrote about hardship, about knowing his place, about the division between them and us. The next morning, with a stone-like resolve, he did something he had never done. He didn't hew bricks. He spent the entire day carving another small statue, this time of a flower stretching toward the light. After finishing, he built a small fire in his forge. He reread what he had written on the parchment, and then he spoke, his voice a whisper, but resolute. "I thank you, Father and Grandfather, for your love and your teachings. These beliefs once helped our family survive, but they no longer serve me. With gratitude and respect, I return this burden." He gently placed the parchment in the fire. As it burned to ash, he felt an invisible weight lift from his shoulders. He had consciously shed the ancestral robe. Liam didn't sell the flower statue. He gave it to the scholar as a token of gratitude. The scholar took it back to the capital. The beauty of the piece reached the ears of an art-loving duchess. She didn't commission Liam to build a wall. She commissioned him to create a sculpture garden. For the first time, Liam was being paid not for his labor, but for his vision and his talent. He hadn't tried to create wealth. He had simply removed what wasn't his to return to his natural state of prosperity, the sacred inheritance of an artist. The law of inheritance. Liam's story is all of our stories. We are all born into an invisible web of beliefs, legacies not written in a will, but which hold the most powerful influence. Scarcity is an inherited program, not a universal truth. The foundational lesson is to realize that lack is not the natural state. It is a belief system that has been programmed and passed down through generations, like Liam's family mantra. It is a collective illusion obscuring the infinitely abundant nature of reality. Your financial burdens may not be your own, your deepest limiting beliefs about money. You have to work hard to get by. People like me can't be rich, are often invisible heirlooms. They are borrowed fears and emotional burdens from your ancestors, not truths about who you are. Identification is the first step to liberation. You cannot change a belief you don't know you have. Like Liam, it was only when questioned by the scholar that he could truly see his belief. The act of shining a light on and naming these truths is the key to breaking the chains. Liberation is a conscious act, not a passive wait. Escaping old patterns requires a courageous decision. It was Liam's conscious refusal to repeat the story of lack and his ritual of returning the borrowed robe that allowed him to choose a new truth for himself. Release borrowed beliefs to reclaim your sacred inheritance. When you release the patterns you've inherited, you are removing what does not belong to you in order to return to your natural state of prosperity, your inherent birthright from the universe. Use ritual to transform the subconscious. Liam's burning of the parchment wasn't a superstitious act. It was a powerful ritual, a clear command sent to his subconscious mind. It turned a conscious decision into a profound shift in his energy field. Ritual returning the borrowed robe. This is a personal and sacred ritual to help you identify and release inherited limiting beliefs, clearing the path for your true prosperity. Illuminate and write. Find a quiet space where you won't be disturbed. Take a piece of paper and a pen. Ask yourself the following questions and write down the answers. What did I hear about money when I was a child? How did my parents and grandparents deal with money? Anxiously, joyfully, stressfully, generously. What were the common sayings in my family about wealth? Rich people or hard work? Do I feel guilty or unworthy when I desire more money? Where does that feeling come from? Write it all down without judgment. This is the act of bringing the invisible robe into the light. Acknowledge and release. Hold the paper in your hands. Reread everything you wrote. Now close your eyes and say silently or aloud, with sincere gratitude, I offer my gratitude to all my ancestors. I understand that these beliefs were formed from love and a desire to protect our family in difficult circumstances. I honor everything you did, but these beliefs no longer serve my highest growth. With all due respect, I release myself from this burden and return it to the flow of time. Symbolic action. Destroy this paper with intention. You can safely burn it and watch the old beliefs turn to ash. You can also rip it into many small pieces and bury it in the earth, symbolizing the transformation of old energy into nourishment for new growth. Declare your inheritance. Take a fresh, clean sheet of paper. At the top, write, My new truth and my sacred inheritance. Then write down the new beliefs you choose to live by. For example, I am worthy of wealth and ease. Money flows to me from expected and unexpected sources. I can do the work I love and be incredibly prosperous. Abundance is my natural state. Keep this paper somewhere you can see it often. You have just performed a powerful act of liberation. You have shed the old robe and put on the garment of freedom and infinite potential. Chapter 5. The In-Breath of the Universe. Many years ago, during a journey to the northern mountains, I was caught in an unexpected snowstorm. I had only a thin cloak and my body shivered from the cold. When I found shelter in a small village, an old woman saw my plight. She did not have many possessions, and her home was simple, but she didn't hesitate to bring out a thick, warm, hand-woven wool cloak and offer it to me. In a reflex of pride and reluctance, I waved my hands to refuse. "No, madam, I can't accept. I am fine. Please keep it for yourself." I thought it was a noble act, a show of self-respect. But instead of smiling, a deep sadness crossed the old woman's face. She looked at me and said something I will never forget. "Young man, when you refuse my gift, you also refuse my joy in giving. You have closed the circle of blessing. Now we are both a little poorer." Her words stunned me. I realized my refusal was not a virtue. It was a form of arrogance, a wall I had built that blocked the flow of kindness. I had been so focused on giving my self-reliance that I forgot that for the circle to be complete, there must be someone willing to receive. That day, I learned that to receive with grace and gratitude is also a sacred act just as important as to give with generosity. In a lush, green valley, there lived a woman named Lyra. She was the village healer. Everyone loved her for her kind heart and her hands that could soothe any pain. She knew every herb, every ancient remedy. She worked day and night scouring the forests for medicinal plants, staying up through the night to care for the sick, and was always willing to share her knowledge without asking for anything in return. The villagers were grateful and often brought her what little they had, a loaf of freshly baked bread, some vegetables from their gardens, or a few eggs. Lyra happily accepted these small gifts, as she felt they were commensurate with the value she placed on herself. She believed that healing was a sacred mission, and that involving money would taint it. This was her greatest virtue, but also her greatest burden. Because she only gave without truly receiving, Lyra lived in a state of constant lack. Her home was sparse, her clothes were worn, and ironically, her own health was deteriorating from overwork and meager meals. She was a cup always trying to fill others while being empty to the very bottom. One day, the wife of a wealthy merchant in the region fell gravely ill. Lyra used all her energy to care for the woman and helped her recover. To express his infinite gratitude, the merchant brought Lyra a bag of gold coins, enough for her to live comfortably for many years. When Lyra saw the bag of gold instead of joy, she recoiled as if from a venomous snake. A hot flush of guilt and shame rose within her. "No, no, I cannot accept," she said, her voice trembling. "I do this for my mission, not for gold." The merchant, a worldly and wise man, did not get angry. He gently placed the bag on her table and said, "Miss Lyra, you see this gift of gratitude as something tainted, but it is only energy, the love and appreciation of my family transformed into material form. When you refuse it, you are saying our gratitude is wrong. You are saying the universe was mistaken to want to bless you through us. Is it truly your mission to live in misery?" Those words were like a dagger straight to a wound Lyra had long hidden. That night she sat alone in her cold house, staring at her own tired reflection in a basin of water. For the first time she asked herself, "Why do I feel guilty for being justly compensated? Why do I believe that poverty is a sign of purity?" She realized the root of the problem. It was a core belief etched into her since childhood that she was unworthy, that receiving great things was unsafe, a form of greed. Her refusal wasn't a virtue, it was a wound of unworthiness in disguise. With newfound courage, Lyra decided to do something she had never done before, heal herself. She stood before the basin of water, looking directly into the tired eyes of her own reflection. She placed a hand over her heart. At first, the words were hard to speak, but she persisted, her voice growing steadier. "Lyra," she said to herself, "you are worthy. You are worthy of rest. You are worthy of nourishment. It is safe to receive. Receiving abundance does not taint your soul. It gives you more strength to serve. I give you permission to receive." She repeated those words like a healing mantra. Tears began to fall, not tears of sorrow, but of release. The next day, Lyra went to the merchant's house. She no longer cowered or felt ashamed. With a newfound peace, she said, "I am ready to receive your gift with all my gratitude." With that money, Lyra repaired her home and bought better supplies. But more importantly, she built a large herb garden and a small healing sanctuary where she could care for more people more effectively. She was no longer exhausted. She became radiant and full of energy. By learning to inhale, she had more air to exhale. By allowing her own cup to be filled, she could then fill the cups of the world. The law of receiving. Lyra's journey is a sacred lesson in the forgotten art, the art of receiving. Receiving is as sacred as giving. The universe operates on the rhythm of balanced exchange, like the in-breath and the out-breath. To only give while refusing to receive breaks this sacred energy flow. To be a complete channel, you must master both halves of the cycle. Resistance to receiving is a wound, not a virtue. The feeling of discomfort, guilt, or refusal when receiving abundance, as Lyra experienced, is not noble humility. More often than not, it is a deep wound of unworthiness or an ancient fear disguised as a virtue. Guilt about wealth is an insult to the source. When you shrink from prosperity, you are inadvertently sending a message that the universe's gift is wrong. This interrupts and disrespects the very force that is trying to bless you, just as the merchant told Lyra. Your capacity to give is determined by your willingness to receive. You cannot pour from an empty cup. Expanding your ability to receive is the foundation for amplifying your ability to give. Lyra's blocking of the inflow was also limiting her own capacity to serve. The root of refusal is feeling unsafe and unworthy. The problem often lies not with abundance itself, but with a core belief that it is dangerous to receive it, or that you are not good enough to have it. Healing this wound is a prerequisite for an unimpeded flow. You must directly affirm your own worthiness. Healing requires direct confrontation. Lyra's ritual before the basin of water was a way to reprogram her subconscious, speak directly to her soul, and dissolve the ancient barriers to receiving. The mirror ritual, confronting your worthiness. This is a powerful practice to heal the wound of unworthiness and train yourself to become an excellent receiver. Practice it daily, especially when you feel self-doubt. Preparation: stand or sit comfortably before a mirror. Be in a place where you can have privacy for a few minutes. Look deeply into your eyes. Don't just look at your surface appearance. Try to connect with the person looking back at you. Take 3 slow, deep breaths to center yourself. Place a hand on your heart. Feel the beat of your own heart. This is the center of your life, of your worthiness. Speak the affirmations, looking directly into your own eyes in the mirror. Say the following sentences out loud and clearly. Try to feel every word you speak. Your name: I see you. You are completely worthy of love and of receiving every good thing in life. Your name: it is completely safe for you to receive abundance, joy, and help. I give myself permission to receive. I open my heart to accept all the blessings the universe has for me without guilt or hesitation. Breathe and feel. After speaking, continue to look into your eyes in silence for about 30 seconds. Breathe and allow the affirmations to sink into every cell. You might feel awkward or emotional. That is a sign that inner resistance is beginning to melt. Welcome those feelings too. You are conducting a sacred dialogue with your own soul. By repeating this ritual, you are rewriting a new contract with the universe, a contract in which you are not only a giver, but also a grateful and worthy receiver. Chapter 6. The Dance of the River to the Sea. When I was a child, my world was shaped by 2 opposing bodies of water. One was the small stream that ran past the edge of the forest. Its water was always clear, cool, and teeming with life. Tiny, shimmering fish swam about mosses, danced in the current, and the sound of its babbling was a never-ending song. Its life came from its constant motion. Not far away was a stagnant pond. A neighbor, fearing the dry season would leave him without water, had built a small dam to keep the flow for himself. At first, the pond was full, but over time, with no current flowing in or out, it grew murky and began to smell. Algae covered its surface, and not a single creature could live there. The water once hoarded had died. That lesson was etched into my mind, a simple yet profound truth. Life is in the flow. So is prosperity. When it is hoarded out of fear, it stagnates and loses its vitality. Only when it is allowed to circulate is it truly a blessing. In a bustling port city, no one was wealthier and no one more anxious than the merchant Elias. He was a master of accumulation. His warehouses were filled with grain, his cellars were stocked with the finest wines, and his ledgers always recorded enormous profits. Elias had mastered the in-breath of prosperity. He took it all in, but he had never learned how to exhale. His heart was always heavy with an invisible fear, fear of loss, fear of theft, fear that one failed venture would bring his entire empire crashing down. He paid his workers sparingly, haggled over every last coin with his partners, and never gave a single coin away. To him, giving was synonymous with losing. His wealth, like the stagnant pond, brought him the burden of protection rather than the joy of enjoyment. Then one year, a terrible famine ravaged the neighboring lands. A stream of starving refugees poured into the port city, their clothes tattered and their eyes desperate. Seeing this, the other merchants banded together and opened their granaries for relief. But not Elias. He locked the gates of his warehouses and his heart. "I have to look out for myself first," he told himself. "These are times too dangerous for generosity." He sat in his lavish office trying to ignore the cries outside. But his wealth now seemed to mock him. The piles of gold coins could not bring him peace. The full granaries could not chase away the emptiness gnawing at his soul. He lost sleep, haunted by the gaunt faces and the fear that he himself would become a target of that desperation. One afternoon, a skinny boy managed to slip through a crack in the gate into Elias's courtyard. The boy didn't ask for money. He just stood beneath an apple tree, staring intently at a single slightly bruised apple that had fallen to the ground. Seeing Elias's gaze, the boy just timidly pointed at the apple. Elias, in a flash of irritation, was about to scold and chase the boy away. But as he looked into the boy's clear eyes, which held not a trace of resentment but only pure longing, something inside him melted. He picked up the apple and gave it to the boy. The boy took the apple with both hands as if it were a treasure. He didn't say thank you, but his eyes lit up with a pure, radiant joy. He took a bite, and his smile of pure contentment seemed to shine brighter than all the gold in Elias's vault. That moment changed everything. For the first time in his life, Elias felt something money could not buy: the joy of giving. The warmth that spread through his chest was more precious than any profit. He realized that hoarding his assets had made him a prisoner. Only by letting go could he be set free. The next morning, Elias did the most insane thing of his mercantile life. He ordered the doors of a large granary thrown open and distributed the grain for free to the hungry. His managers were horrified. The other merchants thought he had lost his mind. Elias himself felt a wave of fear rise up. But as he saw the tears of gratitude, as he saw mothers who could finally feed their children, that fear dissolved, replaced by a profound sense of freedom and ecstatic joy. He didn't feel like he was losing anything. He felt like he was becoming whole. He hadn't just given away grain. He had transformed his assets into tangible love and allowed it to circulate. The magic didn't stop there. When the famine passed, Elias's reputation had spread far and wide. Farmers wanted to sell their produce to him first because they trusted his kindness. The best craftsmen in the city wanted to work for him because they respected him. The loyalty and trust he received in return were worth infinitely more than the grain he had given away. By daring to let go, his hands were refilled, multiplied. He had turned his stagnant pond into a living river flowing out to the great sea, and receiving the blessed rains from the heavens in return. The law of circulation. Elias's journey from a fearful hoarder to a channel of abundance is a profound lesson in the physics of prosperous energy. Wealth must circulate to stay alive. Like the neighbor's stagnant pond, prosperity that is hoarded and not circulated becomes inert, loses its vitality, and can even create the emptiness and fear that Elias experienced. Giving and receiving are two sides of a single breath. These are not two opposing actions, but two phases of the same sacred movement. Elias had mastered the in-breath, but only when he learned to exhale did he truly feel alive. The act of giving is a declaration of trust. When Elias opened his granary, he was sending a powerful signal to the universe: I trust in an infinite source, and I am not governed by the fear of lack. The universe always recognizes and responds to such a powerful belief. Letting go is how the hand gets filled. The paradox of abundance lies here. Elias's fear of loss and his tight-fisted hoarding were the very things blocking peace and valuable connections from coming to him. The act of giving creates an energetic vacuum that the universe rushes to fill. Money in its highest form is love made tangible. The apple and the grain that Elias gave away were no longer commodities. They became vehicles for expressing and exchanging the energy of love and care. This transformed his relationship with his assets from one of fear to one of joy. The joy in the moment of giving is the true reward. The point of practicing this law is not to give in order to get. Elias's reward came the instant he saw the boy's smile and felt the relief of releasing his fear. That pure feeling of joy and freedom is the very frequency that attracts true abundance. Practice sowing a seed of joy. This practice helps you experience the joy of circulation and reinforces your trust in the infinite flow. Prepare the seed. Take a small amount of money, a coin or a bill of a denomination that you can give away with complete comfort without a shred of regret or feeling of loss. This is crucial. This is a gift, not a sacrifice. Infuse the seed with energy. Hold the money in your palm. Close your eyes and imagine it not as currency, but as a condensed seed of joy. Infuse it with the energy of gratitude, good wishes, and love. Bless it for its journey ahead. Sow the seed. Anonymously. Give this seed away anonymously. You could put it in a charity box, discreetly pay for the coffee of the person behind you in line, or simply leave it in a public place for someone to find as a gift from the universe. The purpose is to give without any expectation of recognition or thanks. Observe the feeling. The moment you have sown the seed, pause and notice the feeling inside you. Is there a sense of lightness, a quiet joy, a warmth in your chest? Cherish that feeling. That is your immediate reward, the proof that you are resonating with the frequency of plenty. Affirm your trust. As you walk away, say silently to yourself, I release this with joy and trust, knowing that my source is infinite. There is always more where that came from. By practicing the sowing of these small seeds regularly, you are training your mind and spirit in the dance of circulation, transforming yourself into a mighty river that constantly receives the fresh rains from the heavens because it has the courage to flow to the sea. Chapter 7. The Room of Invisible Mirrors. I remember once as a young man with a still skeptical view of life visiting an art gallery with a friend. We stood before a portrait of a nobleman painted by a master. The man in the painting wore lavish attire and had a subtle smile on his lips. My instant reaction was a silent judgment. Look at that smug smile. He must have exploited countless people to get that rich. His joy looks so fake. My friend, an artistic and kind soul, looked at the same painting and whispered with admiration, look at the kindness in his eyes. He looks like a man who has known great joy and has shared it generously. We were looking at the same object, the same arrangement of oil on canvas, yet we saw two completely different men. In that moment, I was struck by a realization. The painting wasn't projecting arrogance or kindness. We were projecting our own beliefs and judgments onto it. The painting was just a neutral mirror honestly reflecting the inner world of the viewer. Money and wealth in their essence operate in exactly the same way. In a certain valley there were two carpenter brothers, Alaric and Brennus. They had jointly inherited a reputable workshop from their father, with the same amount of capital, the same skills, and the same client list. But after just a few years, their fates had diverged in completely opposite directions. Alaric was a fine craftsman, but his soul was heavy with bitterness. He resented the wealthy, noble clients he served. To him, they were lazy people living in luxury on the sweat of others. Every time he received an order to build an exquisite cabinet or a fine set of chairs, he would mumble, "What a waste. They don't know the value of money." This judgment leaked into all his interactions. He spoke to clients curtly, gave quotes with a resentful attitude, and though his craftsmanship remained good, the products he made carried a cold, soulless feeling. Gradually, clients stopped coming to him. This only strengthened his truth. See, the rich really are arrogant and unpleasant. His workshop fell into decline. Brennus, in contrast, saw the world through a different lens. He also worked hard, but he found joy in the pieces he created. He admired the beauty his wealthy clients wished to bring into the world. He saw that their abundance wasn't just for them. It created jobs for craftsmen like him, allowing his skills to flourish. He spoke to his clients like co-creators. He listened to their ideas with enthusiasm and infused that respect into every fiber of the wood. His products weren't just beautiful. They radiated a warmth and a soul. Clients loved him, recommended him to their friends, and paid him generously. Brennus's workshop thrived. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Alaric confronted his brother. "Why are you always so lucky?" Alaric yelled. "What did you do? Did you flatter and bow to those nobles?" Brennus looked at his brother with a deep sadness, not for the accusation, but for seeing his brother's pain so clearly. He said gently, "Alaric, the problem isn't with them, nor is it with luck. The problem is with the mirror. Every day you look at their wealth and you see injustice. As for me, I look at their wealth and I see an opportunity to create beauty. Money isn't your enemy. It is just a mirror perfectly reflecting the bitterness in your heart." He continued, "You don't hate them. You hate what you believe you cannot have. Every time you judge them, you are telling the universe that wealth is evil, and the universe simply agrees and keeps that evil thing away from you. Your finances are not the problem, they are the symptom. They are an accurate diagnosis of the wound in your soul." Those words were like a bucket of cold water on Alaric. For the first time, he didn't look outside to cast blame, but looked within. He realized his judgment was the very wall separating him from prosperity. It was a difficult path, but Alaric began the process of healing. Instead of confrontation, he began a dialogue with his feelings. Every time he saw a luxurious carriage instead of a bitter remark, he forced himself to find a point of admiration. The skill of the carriage maker, the gleaming paint. He began to silently bless the beautiful homes instead of cursing their owners. As his inner judgment gradually dissolved, replaced by acceptance and celebration, his outer world slowly changed. An old client returned, sensing the shift in his attitude. A new order arrived. Alaric hadn't learned a single new carpentry skill. He had learned to heal himself, and his financial mirror reflected that change with perfect honesty. The law of reflection. The story of Alaric and Brennus is a parable of how reality is created. Circumstances do not shape us. We shape our circumstances with what we believe and feel. Money is a mirror, not the cause. The foundational lesson is to stop seeing money as an external force that controls you. It has no will or morality of its own. It is simply a neutral mirror perfectly reflecting the beliefs, judgments, and emotions you hold within. Your finances are an inner diagnosis. Your external financial situation is not the problem. It is the symptom. Like the state of Alaric's workshop, see it as an accurate diagnostic tool for your relationship with yourself. your sense of worthiness, and your unhealed wounds. To judge another's wealth is to close your own door. When you resent or judge abundance in others, as Alaric did, you are sending a powerful message to the universe that wealth is bad. The universal mirror will respond by keeping wealth away from you. To welcome prosperity, learn to celebrate it wherever you see it. The path to financial healing is the path of self-healing. Alaric's real work wasn't to find more clients, but to heal the bitterness and judgment within. When you change your relationship with yourself, your relationship with money automatically changes in response. Shift from confrontation to dialogue. Instead of seeing money as an enemy to be conquered, begin a dialogue with it as a friend, a sacred messenger, as Alaric learned to do. Ask it, what are you trying to show me about myself? What wound needs my attention? The outer world is an echo of the inner. The universe operates on resonance. The judgmental energy Alaric sent out returned to him as hardship. The celebratory energy of Brennus returned as prosperity. A change in consciousness always precedes a change in circumstances. Practice blessing the wealth. You see, this is a powerful practice to reprogram your reaction to wealth, transforming judgment into a blessing and opening your own doors to prosperity. Become the observer. For one full day, pay close attention to your instant reactions when you encounter expressions of wealth. It could be a person in beautiful clothes, a large house, or someone happily speaking of their success. What is the first emotion that arises in you? Envy, admiration, contempt, joy? Just notice without judging the reaction itself. This is the step of looking in the mirror, the act of transformation. The moment you catch a judgmental thought, they must have cheated to get rich. Stop. Take one deep breath. Seek the beauty. Intentionally find one thing to genuinely appreciate in the scene before you. Perhaps it's the color of the dress. Perhaps it's the joy on their face. Perhaps it's the courage it took to pursue a big dream. Send a blessing. Now silently send a blessing. Say in your mind, I am truly happy for you. May this abundance bring you and those around you great joy and blessings. Thank you for showing me what is possible. Feel the shift. Notice the change in your own energy. You will feel a shift from the contracted, uncomfortable feeling of judgment to the expansive, peaceful feeling of blessing. In that very moment, you have changed the signal you are broadcasting. You have told the universe, I love and welcome prosperity. By making this a regular practice, you will have polished your inner mirror. Gradually, the image it reflects back to you will no longer be one of lack and struggle, but the radiant beauty of the abundance you have learned to see everywhere. Chapter 8. The Whisper of the Inner Compass. Every autumn, I often sit in silence and observe one of nature's greatest miracles, the migration of the birds. No one tells them what to do. No map is drawn for them. But on a fateful day, an irresistible impulse rises within them, a deep longing for a warmer land, a place with more food where life can continue with ease. Do they feel guilty about that longing? Do they torture themselves for being selfish, for wanting to leave their home to find a better life? No. They see that impulse as a truth, a sacred command that cannot be denied. They trust completely in the invisible compass installed in every one of their cells. For them, following this longing is not a choice. It is the very essence of being alive. And I wonder, what if the deepest longings in the human heart, the longing for abundance, for creativity, for joy, for a great love, are that very same inner compass? What if they are not signs of weakness or greed, but the whispers of the soul showing us the way home to the highest version of ourselves? In the stillness of an ancient monastery, there lived a young monk named Calin. He was a scribe, a job that demanded absolute devotion and faith. Calin had skillful hands. Every character he wrote was like a work of art. He believed his spiritual path was one of renunciation, of silencing worldly desires so that he could hear the voice of God. But there was another voice, a persistent whisper that Kalen could not extinguish. Deep within him was a powerful longing. He didn't just want to copy the teachings of the ancients. He yearned to create on his own, to use his talent, to write and draw stories for children, stories filled with color, magic, and joy. Kalen felt immense guilt and shame over this desire. He saw it as a betrayal of his monastic path. This is selfishness, the vanity of the world. He tormented himself. He tried to pray more fast, more strictly, and work harder to banish the images of whimsical characters and magical worlds that danced in his mind. But the more he suppressed his desire, the more lifeless his work became. His calligraphy was still technically perfect, but it lacked light. The joy in his service vanished, replaced by a constant war with himself. He was silencing his soul's compass, and as a result, he felt more lost than ever, even within the sacred walls. One day, the old abbot, a man with knowing eyes, called Kalen to him. He did not reprimand. He simply looked in silence at the latest scriptures Kalen had copied, and then at the young monk's tired eyes. "I see your hands here, Kalen," the abbot said, "but I no longer see your soul." Then he pulled from his sleeve a small piece of parchment he had happened to find, on which Kalen had hastily sketched a smiling cartoon character. "Do you think the universe speaks to us only through these ancient teachings?" he asked gently. "It also speaks to us through the joys and the longings it plants in each heart. Your path is not to kill that gift, but to find a way to offer it to the world. Perhaps the most beautiful prayer you can write will not be through copying, but through your own creation." The abbot's words were like a key unlocking the prison door Kalen had locked himself in. For the first time, he was given permission. That night in his cell, Kalen didn't pray to banish his desire. Instead, he sat in stillness, closed his eyes, and invited it to rise. He allowed himself to see the stories, to feel their joy. And then he whispered to himself a declaration of release. "This desire is sacred. It is guidance. I legitimize it." With the abbot's blessing, Kalen began to spend a portion of each day writing and drawing. A wellspring of energy and creativity he never knew he possessed flowed through him. He felt more deeply connected to God than ever before because he was no longer resisting, but co-creating with the divine. His small, illustrated books, initially meant for just a few children in the village, quickly became beloved. Merchants visiting the monastery saw them and offered to have them replicated and sold throughout the kingdoms. Before long, Kalen's stories brought an unexpected and abundant income to the monastery, helping them repair their leaking roof, feed more of the poor, and build a larger library. Kalen's selfish desire, once honored and followed, had become a great channel of blessing for his entire community. He had learned that the spiritual path and the soul's longing are not two, but one, the law of divine guidance. Kalen's journey is a testament to one of the most profoundly misunderstood truths on the path of personal growth. Desire is the soul's compass, not selfishness. The core lesson is to completely reframe your view of desire. Do not see your deep longings for abundance, for a better life, as wrong or shameful. See them as a sacred compass, direct guidance from the universe, calling you toward the highest version of yourself. To suppress desire is to silence the soul's voice. The guilt or the act of pushing away your authentic longings, as Kalen did, is an act of refusing divine guidance. You are disconnecting from your own internal navigation system. Your desires are the seeds of your destiny. The things you truly long for are not random. They are clues, potential seeds planted within you that contain the unique gifts you were meant to develop and share with the world. Material wealth and the spiritual path are one. The desire for abundance is not in conflict with spiritual growth. It is an integral part of it. The prosperity Kalen generated became a resource that helped his monastery spread its kindness further. Your abundance can become a channel of blessing for others. Honoring desire is to align with the expansion of the universe. The universe is in a constant state of expansion and expression. Your desires are the way the universe seeks to express itself through you. When you honor your longing for more, you are resonating with this fundamental creative impulse. The first step is to legitimize your desires. Before you can act on your guidance, you must stop judging it. Kalen's ritual of sitting in stillness, allowing his desires to surface, and then affirming their sacredness was the crucial step in dissolving his guilt and shame ritual, legitimizing the soul's desires. This is an intimate and powerful practice to make peace with your inner compass, allowing it to guide you with clarity. Create a sacred space. Find a quiet place where you will not be disturbed for 15 minutes. You might light a candle or simply sit in the stillness. This act signals to your mind that you are entering a space of deep listening. The invitation. Close your eyes, place a hand on your heart, and breathe deeply. Say silently in your mind, "In this safe and loving space, I invite the truest desires of my soul to rise. All longings are welcome here without judgment." Listen to the whispers. Sit in silence. Don't try to find a desire, simply listen. What wants to be expressed through you? An image, a feeling, an idea that keeps returning. It might be a simple desire like taking a walk in the woods, or a grand one like starting a new career. Let them rise to the surface. Write the covenant after listening. Open your eyes and use a journal to write down everything that appeared, no matter how small, crazy, or impossible it seems. Do not censor. The ritual of legitimization. Now read each desire you wrote aloud. After each one, pause, look at it, and say with conviction, "This desire is sacred. It is my soul's compass. It is guidance from the universe. I legitimize it. I give it permission to exist and to guide me." Feel the freedom. After you have gone through the list, sit again in silence for a few moments. Notice the shift in your energy. You may feel a sense of relief, a quiet excitement. That is the feeling of wholeness that comes when you stop fighting with yourself. You have just performed a profoundly important act. You have given yourself the right to want, the right to be guided by joy. From now on, learn to listen to the whispers of that compass every day. It will never point you in the wrong direction. Chapter 9, The Symphony of the Heart. At a village festival, I once witnessed a profound lesson in energy. Two flute players were playing the same tune. The first was an elderly musician, a master of technique. Every note he played was perfect, without a single flaw. He poured all his concentration and effort into performing with precision. But strangely, the crowd below seemed restless. They acknowledged his talent, but their hearts were not moved. They were listening to a performance of skill, not of soul. Then the second player stepped up. He was a young man, and his flute was perhaps not as fine. He even missed a few notes, but he played with a radiant smile, his eyes closed in immersion, and his whole body seemed to dance to the melody. He wasn't just playing music, he was the music. And instantly, a miracle occurred. The crowd came alive. People began to clap to the rhythm, to smile, and a few couples pulled each other up to dance. The lesson that day was clear. The universe, like that crowd, doesn't just respond to the perfection of our actions. It responds far more powerfully to the frequency of joy we emit. The first musician was working hard. The second was radiating joy. And joy is the most powerful magnet of all. On an island famous for its exquisite hand-woven tapestries, there lived a weaver named Isla. Her talent was unmatched, but her heart was filled with anxiety. Each year, the island's queen would choose the most beautiful tapestry to purchase for a handsome price, and honor that could ensure a weaver's prosperity for years. For Isla, this prize had become an obsession. She told herself, "If I just win, then I'll be happy. Then I'll have peace." She threw herself into her work like a woman possessed. She used the most expensive threads, chose the most complex patterns. Every action was precise, every minute devoted to the loom, but she wove from a state of lack. Her hands were tense with effort, her brow furrowed with anxiety. She was trying to build a great monument from a blueprint of fear, and the tapestry, though technically perfect, reflected this exactly. It was cold, tense, and lifeless. Isla was a weary hunter striving to catch the prey of happiness. The day before the selection, Isla was exhausted and on the verge of tears before her soulless creation. She left her loom and wandered aimlessly to the seashore. There she saw a group of small children playing. They were splashing water, laughing loudly, and chasing the waves. They weren't trying to achieve anything. They had no goal. They were simply immersed in the pure joy of the present moment. And a great truth, a sacred reversal flashed in Isla's mind. What if, she asked herself, the feeling of joy I'm waiting for after I win is actually the prerequisite to winning? What if joy isn't the prize but the magnet? It was a flash of light that changed everything. She returned home, rolled up the complex but lifeless tapestry, and put it away. She didn't touch her loom again. Instead, she spent the rest of the day practicing emotion. She sat quietly, closed her eyes, and tried to recreate the feeling of the children's laughter in her own chest. She held a strand of sea blue thread, not to weave, but just to admire its beauty and feel gratitude. She was actively generating the feeling of peace and abundance she once thought only the prize could bring. She was redrawing the blueprint. The next morning, on the day of the selection, Isla awoke with a strange sense of peace. She didn't bring the complex tapestry. Instead, she took a small loom, and with a completely new energy, she began to weave. She followed no pattern. She let her hands dance, weaving into the tapestry, the feeling of the ocean, the sky, and of childlike joy. The resulting piece was small, simple, but it was alive. It seemed to vibrate, radiating a frequency of peace and happiness. As the queen walked past dozens of other magnificent and complex tapestries, she stopped short before Isla's small creation. She said nothing for a long moment, simply placing a hand on it. Then she smiled and said, "This one. It has a soul. It makes my heart feel light." Isla had won. Not through effort and struggle, but through the greatest reversal. She understood she didn't need to hunt for joy. She only needed to become an embodiment of joy, and everything else would be drawn to her. The law of resonance. Isla's journey is the final and most important lesson. It unifies everything we have learned into one simple truth. Vibration is more important than action. The universe responds not just to what you do, but primarily to who you are being. That is the emotional frequency you are emitting. Your inner state is the cause. Your outer actions are the effect. Isla's first tapestry was perfect action, but the second was a winning vibration. Joy is the magnet, not the prize. This is the most critical reversal. Do not wait to have money to feel joyful. Begin to feel joyful, grateful, and peaceful now in order to become a magnet that draws money to you. Your emotions are the blueprint of your reality. Your inner emotional world is the architectural blueprint. The outer physical world is merely the structure built from that blueprint. The first tapestry was built from a blueprint of anxiety. The second was built from a blueprint of joy. Feel wealthy before you have it. You do not need to wait for your circumstances to change to have permission to feel abundant. Isla's power lay in her ability to generate and sustain the feeling of sufficiency and joy in the present moment. Reality had to rearrange itself to match that feeling. Be an attractor, not a hunter. The energy of struggle, striving, and hunting pushes wealth away. The energy of joy, ease, and magnetic attraction draws it near. Shift from the mindset of a hunter to that of a magnet. Practice emotion with intention. Just like physical exercise, you can absolutely practice a desired emotional state. Isla's spending time to actively generate joy was not a frivolous act. It was the conscious tuning of her frequency to the channel of prosperity. The 15-minute morning frequency tune-up. This is a practice to start your day not as a seeker, but as a powerful magnet. Phase 1. Relax 5 minutes. Immediately after waking, sit quietly in bed. Do not rush to check your phone or think about your to-do list. just breathe. Allow all feelings, sleepiness, anxiety, peace to be present without judgment. You are clearing the space to draw a new blueprint. Phase 2. Activate gratitude, 5 minutes. This is the fastest bridge to a high frequency. Think of 3 simple things you are truly grateful for in this very moment. It could be the warmth of your blanket, the silence of the early morning, or a loved one sleeping beside you. Don't just list them, truly feel that gratitude spreading in your chest. Phase 3. Live in the end result, 5 minutes. Now think of one thing you desire in your life. But instead of asking for it, do as Isla did. Imagine it has already come true. Then ask yourself the most important question: if this had already happened, how would I feel? Would you feel relieved, free, joyful, secure? Forget the how, and focus completely on generating that feeling in your body right now. Immerse yourself in that feeling for these last few minutes. When you open your eyes to start your day, carry that feeling with you. Say silently to yourself, "Today I don't chase joy, I start from joy. My frequency is my magnet." You have just completed the most important work of the day. You have tuned the symphony of your heart. Now go out and watch how the universe dances to your tune. Chapter 10. Stepping through your own threshold. I still remember vividly the first time I climbed up to the high diving board at the swimming pool. When I was still on the ground, my goal was clear: to conquer that height. Every step on the ladder was an action toward that goal. I was full of determination and courage. But then the moment I stood at the top on the very edge of the board, looking down at the deep blue water far below, something strange happened. All my courage vanished. An icy panic ran down my spine. The opportunity was right there. All I had to do was take one leap. But right at the threshold of success, a new enemy, more terrifying than the height itself, appeared: self-doubt. What if I jump wrong? What if it hurts? Maybe I'm not ready. Maybe I should climb back down. The fear of failure was no longer a distant thought. It became an invisible solid wall right in front of me. That day I understood that in life, climbing the ladder is often not as difficult as daring to take the final leap. The greatest obstacle is not the lack of opportunity, but the fear we feel when we truly face it. In a city on the rise, there was an architect named Lena. She was the embodiment of everything we have learned. She understood that money was energy. She had healed her inherited beliefs. She was grateful for and blessed the wealth of others. And she worked from a frequency of pure joy. The small buildings she designed were masterpieces of harmony and beauty. Everyone said she was destined for great things. And then the invitation from the universe arrived. The Royal Council announced a competition to design and build the great library, the architectural work of the century for the kingdom. This was the deepest desire of Lena's heart: to create a space of knowledge and beauty to serve generations. She poured her entire soul into the design, and to no one's surprise, her design was chosen as a finalist. She was invited to present it directly before the council. Everything she had ever dreamed of, every preparation, every lesson had led to this moment. Opportunity wasn't just knocking, it was holding the door wide open for her. And that is precisely when the final gatekeeper appeared. The night before the presentation, Lena was suddenly hit by a paralyzing panic. A doubtful voice, a voice she thought she had long left behind, suddenly screamed in her head, "Who are you to take on such a great responsibility? The other architects are all men older and more experienced than you. What if you fail? You will bring shame upon your entire family." All the old wounds of unworthiness, the invisible curses she thought she had healed, rose up with a vengeance. She looked at her own beautiful design and saw only potential flaws. She felt like an imposter about to be exposed. The fear of success became greater than her desire. She seriously considered withdrawing, telling herself she needed more time, that she wasn't ready. In her turmoil, she wandered through the city at midnight. She walked past a graceful little bridge she had designed and saw couples sitting on it. She walked past a plaza with a fountain she had built and saw children laughing there. She saw the gifts she had already given to the world, the tangible proof of her talent. She sat down by the fountain, closed her eyes, and for the first time she didn't try to banish the fear. She had a dialogue with it. "I hear you," she whispered. "I know you are trying to protect me from being hurt. I thank you for always being there, but now your role is over." Then she did something else. She reached for a deeper part of herself, a part that knew, no doubt a part that had always known, her truth. It was her soul. She returned home and stood before a large mirror, not as someone trying to heal, but as a queen preparing to reclaim her kingdom. She looked directly into her own tear-filled eyes in the mirror, and with a voice that no longer trembled but rang with an authority that came from deep within, she declared, "Lena, you are ready, not tomorrow, not next year. You are ready now. I trust you. I trust in your ability to receive this glory and transform it into a blessing. I give you permission to succeed." She repeated those words, each time more forcefully, until the voice of declaration drowned out the whisper of doubt. She had given herself the final license she needed. The next day, Lena walked into the royal council's chamber. She didn't enter as a hopeful contestant. She entered as the architect of that great work. She didn't present timidly trying to convince. She simply shared with passion and certainty a reality she had already seen. The council didn't just see an excellent design. They felt her readiness. They felt an unshakable power. And they awarded her the project not as a favor but as a recognition of an obvious truth. Lena hadn't just won a contract. She had stepped through her own threshold, the law of final permission. Lena's journey is the final leg of our own path. It is not about learning a new skill, but about daring to own the power we already have. The final barrier isn't lack of opportunity, but the fear of success. The greatest obstacle isn't attracting abundance, but the panic and self-sabotage that can arise when it actually gets close, as Lena experienced. The final shadow is your own self-doubt. Resistance at the threshold is a test, not a stop sign. When you feel fear and doubt just as your goal is within reach, recognize that it is not a sign to retreat. It is the final gatekeeper asking if you truly dare to step into your own power. Your self-doubt deprives the world of your gift. If Lena had withdrawn, it wouldn't have been just her loss. The entire kingdom would have lost a great work. Your belief that you are unworthy is preventing the world from receiving the value that only you can bring. Opportunity is an invitation, not an exam. The design competition was an invitation from the universe for Lena to rise to a greater version of herself. Fear turned it into an exam she thought she would fail. Learn to accept these invitations. Everything is ready, awaiting only your permission. The council was ready. The design was ready. The final missing piece was Lena's own inner permission. The moment you declare yourself worthy and ready, invisible doors become visible. Declare your readiness and trust in yourself with the authority of your soul. The key to overcoming this final shadow is an act of sovereignty. The act of looking yourself in the eye and affirming, "I am ready, I trust myself," is the act that opens the final gate to prosperity. The ritual of sovereignty. I am ready. This is the last ritual you will need. Use it when you are standing at the threshold of a great opportunity and feel fear begin to rise. Identify your threshold. Write it down. What opportunity is right in front of you? What is the threshold you are hesitating to cross? Write down the gatekeeper's words. Next to it, write down all the whispers of doubt. I'm not good enough. I'm going to fail. People will laugh at me. Bring them into the light. Stand in your power. Stand up straight. Plant your feet firmly on the ground. Open your shoulders. Feel the strength of the earth rising up through your body. The declaration of sovereignty. Look straight ahead or into a mirror, if possible. Take a deep breath and with the most powerful commanding voice you can muster, Declare by the witness of the universe and my own soul, I declare I am ready. I am ready to receive all the success, joy, and responsibility that comes with this opportunity. I fully trust my ability to overcome any challenge and to shine. All hesitation has vanished. All doubt is at an end. I give myself permission to succeed brilliantly. Now, step through the threshold. Immediately after the final declaration, take one long, decisive step forward. As your foot lands, feel that you have truly crossed an invisible line, leaving the old, fearful self behind. You have arrived. You are no longer the student seeking the laws. You are the law. You are the creator. You are the channel. You are the flow. Your kingdom awaits. Step in and reign. Chapter 11. The Crucible of Consciousness. Once knew a master potter. In his studio there was a vase he cherished above all others, a piece he considered the pinnacle of his career. One day a young apprentice accidentally dropped it, and the vase shattered into dozens of pieces. The young man was horrified, tears streaming down his face. He saw only brokenness and irretrievable loss. For him, it was the end of a masterpiece. But the master was not angry or desperate. He silently gathered every single piece with great care. Instead of trying to hide the cracks, he did something extraordinary. He spent weeks meticulously joining the fragments back together with a special lacquer mixed with pure gold powder. When the work was finished, the new vase was even more beautiful than its original version. The cracks were no longer signs of damage, but had become shimmering veins of gold telling a story of healing and rebirth. It had become unique, more valuable, and possessed a much deeper beauty. That potter was not a repairman, he was an alchemist. He didn't see an end, he saw an opportunity to transform. That lesson taught me that in life, no failure is final. There is only raw material for a greater creation. In a fertile valley famed for its sprawling vineyards, Serafina was a respected vintner. She had inherited this land from her ancestors, and both her life and her reputation were tied to the grape harvests and the fine wines they produced. One year, destiny seemed to test her. Just before the harvest, a cruel and unexpected early frost blanketed the entire valley. Her entire grape crop, the result of a full year of care, was ruined. The plump, ripe grapes were now shriveled by the cold, completely unusable for making her renowned wine. Around her, the other vineyard owners fell into despair. They saw lost debt, a year of wasted effort. They became victims of circumstance, cursing the heavens and their fate. Serafina, in the first few moments, also felt the heavy lead of failure press down on her heart. But then something within her stirred. She remembered the lessons of the ancient alchemists. She knew that the real work took place not in the vineyard outside, but in the crucible of her own consciousness. Instead of resisting reality, she accepted it. Yes, the crop for our wine is lost, she said to herself as she walked among the withered vines. This is the truth of this moment. This was the first and most crucial step to accept the energy as it is, without judgment. Then she asked the alchemist's question. Within this loss, where is the seed of a greater benefit hidden? What opportunity is trying to be born here? She stood still, and an idea began to flicker. The frost had ruined the grapes for normal wine, but it had also concentrated the sugar within them to an extraordinary degree. They had become as sweet as honey. A new story began to form in her mind, a story not of failure but of destiny. This was not a failed harvest, she wrote in her journal that night. This was the year this vineyard was destined to create a wine that has never been. She decided she would not discard the crop. Instead, she would pour all her resources into making a rare ice wine, a sweet nectar born from the very cold of the curse. Writing the new story was only the first step. The true magic happened when she lit the fire of emotion. She didn't just hope the plan would work. She felt its success as if it had already happened. She gathered her workers not with an attitude of anxiety, but with an infectious excitement. She spoke of how they were making history together creating a legendary wine to become called Frost's Tears. Her belief and joy became the alchemical fire, transmuting the energy of despair into the energy of creation. The process was incredibly difficult, but fueled by the new story and Serafina's emotional fire, they succeeded. They were only able to produce a very small quantity of the honey-sweet, crystal-clear wine. But because of its rarity and the inspiring story behind it, the story of turning a curse into a blessing, Frost's Tears, became a legend. Merchants and nobles from all over sought to buy it at an unbelievably high price. In the end, Serafina earned more money from that tiny batch of wine than she would have from an entire normal harvest. But more importantly, she had proven something. She was not a victim of the weather. She was an alchemist capable of transforming any circumstance through the power of her consciousness. The law of alchemy. Serafina's journey is the lesson of the ultimate power. We each possess the ability to transform reality from within. You are an alchemist, not a victim of circumstance. Stop seeing yourself as a passive recipient of financial events. Claim the power of an alchemist who is capable of transmuting any energy from the lead of lack into the gold of abundance. Every loss contains the seed of a greater benefit. This is the alchemist's eye. Instead of seeing ruin like Serafina's neighbors, look for the hidden opportunity. Every financial challenge is an invitation to discover a higher form of prosperity. The power of transformation is in the laboratory of your mind. The work of alchemy does not happen in the external world. It happens entirely within you. Your mind, with its thoughts, beliefs, and stories, is the sacred laboratory where all reality is forged. The story you tell yourself creates your reality. Your financial reality is not fixed. It is a narrative. To change your reality, you must consciously write a new story, a script of prosperity, and live from it as if it were already true, just as Serafina did. Don't resist reality. Transform its energy. Resisting a negative situation only makes it stronger. The alchemist's path is to accept the energy as it is. The grape crop is ruined, and then use one's intention and awareness to reshape and elevate that energy. Feeling is the fire of transformation. The true magic happens when you feel the truth of your new story in every cell of your being. Serafina's feeling of excitement and certainty was the alchemical fire that turned ruined grapes into liquid gold. Practical alchemy, turning lead into gold in the inner laboratory. This is a powerful practice to apply alchemy to a real challenge in your own life. Identify the lead. On a piece of paper, objectively, write down a challenge, a loss, or a financial failure you are currently facing. For example, I just lost my job. An investment has failed. A client canceled a major contract. Accept the energy. Look at what you've written. Take a deep breath and say, "This is the current situation. I accept this energy as it is without judgment." This act stops you from wasting power on resistance. Ask the alchemist's question. Now write down this question. What seed of a greater benefit? What unexpected opportunity is hidden inside this lead? Let your imagination soar. Write down all possibilities, no matter how unrealistic they may seem. E.g., lost job. Opportunity to start my own business, to learn a new skill, to find a job more aligned with my passion, to get some needed rest. Write the golden story. Choose the possibility that feels most compelling. Now rewrite the entire story. Instead of, "I lost my job and I'm a failure," write, "My old job has ended perfectly to clear the way for my true calling to emerge." This is a sacred redirection. Turn the event into a purposeful stepping stone. Light the fire of emotion. This is the decisive step. Close your eyes. Reread your golden story. Then forget the words and focus only on the feeling. How would you feel if your true calling emerged? Feel that excitement. Feel the relief. Feel the gratitude for being redirected. Generate that feeling as intensely as you can for a few minutes. You have just performed a miracle. You have taken the heavy lead of circumstance and in the crucible of your consciousness have transmuted it into the pure gold of potential. Hold on to that feeling. It is both your compass and your fuel for the journey ahead. Chapter 12. The Treasure of the Heart. I often remember a bustling market fair I once visited. There, two merchants sat near each other, and they taught me an invaluable lesson about true wealth. The first had a large stall filled with precious goods. Gold shimmered and luxurious fabrics gleamed. By all standards, he was a wealthy man, but his face was a mask of anxiety and suspicion. He argued with every customer, always fearing he was being cheated, always looking at others with a scrutinizing eye. He had many gold coins, but his emotional account was empty. He was constantly spending his most precious currency on fear and stress. No one wanted to be near him for long. The second was an old woman selling herbs in a small market corner. Her stall was very modest, but she radiated a different kind of asset, something more brilliant than gold. It was joy. She smiled at everyone, shared stories of her garden, and found delight in the smallest of exchanges. She had few copper coins, but she was incredibly rich in emotion. People gathered around her not just to buy herbs, but to be warmed by the light that emanated from her. That day I understood who was truly prosperous. I realized that the currency we use to buy our life's experience is not the coins in our purse, but the emotions in our heart. In a certain kingdom, Lord Valerius was the keeper of the royal treasury. He was the second most powerful man after only the king. He was a master of numbers of accumulation, and the vaults under his management were always full. By every worldly measure, he was the embodiment of wealth. But if anyone could have looked into Valerius's inner world, they would have seen only a barren desert. He lived in a state of perpetual anxiety. He had no friends, only relationships based on utility. He knew no joy, only the fleeting satisfaction of a number growing in a ledger. He was the richest man in the kingdom in material terms, but an emotional beggar. His heart was bankrupt. The king, a wise and discerning man, recognized this. One day he summoned Valerius to the royal gardens, a place with no ledgers or gold. "Valerius," the king asked, "are you truly wealthy?" Valerius was confused. He began to list the kingdom's assets. The king shook his head. "No, I am asking about you. When was the last time you felt a true joy, a peace in your soul?" Valerius was stunned. He could not answer. In a moment of painful clarity, he realized his entire treasure was empty. He had only numbers. He had no emotional assets. The king smiled and gave him a strange task. For the next month, the king ordered, "You are to set aside 1 hour each day. During that hour, you are forbidden from entering the treasury, forbidden from looking at your ledgers. Instead, take this empty bag and go into the city. Your task is to fill it with treasures that cannot be counted with money." For the first few days, Valerius felt lost and aimless. He wandered the streets with no idea what to look for, but then he began to notice. He heard the pure laughter of a child chasing a butterfly. A strange warmth touched his icy heart. He decided, this is the first gold coin. He saw a guard share a piece of his bread with a stray dog. He felt a quiet kindness. This is the second silver coin. He passed a sculptor's workshop and saw the passionate pride in the artist's eyes as he was finishing a piece. This is a gem. Valerius had begun a new kind of audit. He was auditing the moments of life and actively investing his attention in valuable emotions. He was learning to trade in the true currency of the universe. Gradually, the man changed. The worried lines on his forehead softened. He began to smile at passers-by. He began to feel the riverbed of emotion inside him, once a narrow, rocky creek of fear slowly widening into a broad, calm river of peace and gratitude. And a miracle occurred. As his emotional state changed, his wisdom in his work also grew. He no longer made decisions based solely on numbers, but also on empathy. He approved expenditures for parks and libraries, investments in the joy of the people. And those decisions paradoxically made the kingdom even more prosperous. After a month, he returned to the king. His bag was still empty, but his face was radiant. "Your Majesty," he said, "I understand. I spent my whole life guarding the kingdom's treasury only to let the treasury of my heart lie abandoned. Now I am truly rich." The law of emotional currency. Lord Valerius's journey is a final and most profound reminder we transact with the universe, not with gold, but with emotion. Emotion is the true currency of the universe. This is the foundational truth. Stop seeing paper money as the only currency. Your emotions, your joy, your gratitude, your fear are the coins you are using to buy your reality every single day. Emotional wealth always precedes material wealth. You must first be rich in feeling. Cultivating an inner state of abundance, joy, and peace is the prerequisite. You cannot create prosperity from an impoverished soul, as Valerius once had. Your emotions create the riverbed for the flow of abundance. Your dominant emotional state is the riverbed through which the flow of prosperity will travel. A heart contracted by fear creates a narrow channel. A heart expanded by gratitude creates a deep and rushing river. To master prosperity is to master your emotions. The ultimate skill in the art of creating reality is emotional mastery. It is the ability to consciously choose and cultivate the emotions that match the reality you desire, regardless of current circumstances. A single emotional moment can pivot everything. You don't need a grand plan. The one moment Valerius felt the child's laughter was the only key needed to unlock a door that had been sealed by anxiety. Audit your emotional investments. The lesson from creating an emotional balance sheet is that you must become aware of where you are spending your most precious currency. Are you investing in assets, joy, gratitude, or liabilities, fear, worry? This self-awareness is the first step to investing wisely. Practice the daily emotional balance sheet. This is a simple but incredibly powerful practice to help you become a wise financial manager of your most precious treasure. Prepare your ledger. At the end of each day, take a journal and draw a line down the middle of the page. On the left column, write the heading Assets, Investments that Made Me Richer. On the right column, write the heading Liabilities, Investments that Made Me Poorer. List the transactions in the Assets column. List the moments during the day when you invested in positive, expansive emotions. For example, the feeling of peace while drinking my morning tea, the joy of listening to a beautiful song, the gratitude for receiving a compliment, the feeling of pride after completing my work. In the liabilities column, honestly list the moments you spent your energy on negative contracting emotions. For example, 15 minutes worrying about a bill, anger when someone said something unkind, feeling envious while scrolling social media, criticizing myself. Review the balance sheet. Look at the two columns. Where did you invest more today? Were you enriching yourself or impoverishing yourself? Do not judge, simply be aware. This is the most honest financial report of your life. Set the intention for tomorrow. Look at the liabilities column. Choose one item you would like to reduce tomorrow. Look at the assets column. Choose one feeling you want to actively invest in more. End with a simple decision. Tomorrow I will invest less in worry and invest more in gratitude. By practicing this audit, you are reclaiming mastery over the treasury of your heart. You will realize that you always have the power to be rich, right here, right now, by consciously choosing the currency with which you wish to trade with life. Chapter 13. Tuning the Soul's Instrument. I once had the honor of hearing the greatest lute master of the age perform in my village. The villagers gathered in full waiting in reverent silence. He walked onto the stage, bowed, and began to play. But instead of a heavenly melody, what came forth was a jarring, dissonant, and unpleasant sound. The people looked at each other bewildered. A few began to whisper. The lute master simply smiled. He stopped without a trace of embarrassment. Then slowly and lovingly, he began to do something else. He didn't play the lute. He tuned it. He turned each peg, gently plucked each string, listening intently, until every string vibrated at its perfect frequency. The process took several minutes, and during that time not a single musical note was played. When he was satisfied, he began to play the exact same piece from before. This time a miracle happened. Music flowed from the lute like a crystalline stream, filling the entire square and touching the heart of every person there. The artist's skill had not changed. The composition had not changed. The only thing that had changed, and the thing that changed everything, was the state of the instrument. That day's lesson was etched into my mind. Before you try to play the music of your life, the most important work is to tune the instrument of your soul. A beautiful life cannot be created by a person who is out of tune. In a city of inventors, there lived a young mechanic named Marcus. He had an extraordinary mind and had designed something that could change the world. A wind-powered water pump that could irrigate the driest of lands. In theory, it was a masterpiece. It was his perfect composition. Marcus believed that if only someone would fund him, all his problems would be solved. He ran with his blueprints from one workshop to another, presenting to wealthy patrons. He spoke passionately about the gears, the levers, the principles of aerodynamics. His actions were decisive. But the patrons, while acknowledging the intelligence of the design, all refused him one by one. They weren't rejecting the design, they were rejecting the music that Marcus was emitting. He spoke of abundance for all, but his own frequency was one of lack. He presented with an energy of desperation, of pleading. His eyes held the fear of rejection. His heart was playing a jarring tune of anxiety and doubt. And the universe, through the patrons, was simply dancing to the tune he was playing, not the one he was describing. After many failures, Marcus nearly gave up. He sought out an old watchmaker, a man famous for his peaceful demeanor and his harmoniously detailed machines. Marcus lamented the injustice, the fact that no one recognized his talent. The old man listened, then pointed to a large clock ticking in the corner. "That machine only runs true," he said, "when every gear inside turns in harmony and at the right rhythm. Your design may be perfect, but the machine that created it, you, is out of tune. You are trying to sell a solution for abundance, but you yourself are emitting the frequency of lack. Forget the patrons for a while. Go home and tune yourself." Marcus took the advice. He put away his blueprints. He stopped seeking anyone out. Instead, he focused on tuning himself. He didn't pretend to be a successful inventor. He began to become one from the inside. Every morning, instead of waking with worries about money, he would walk and admire the city's architecture, feeling gratitude for the people who had created it, an act of love. He spent time in his workshop not to improve the pump, but simply to create small mechanical toys for the neighborhood children, for the pure joy of creation. He was consciously changing his frequency from fear to joy. He was retuning every string of his soul. A week later, one of the patrons who had rejected him happened to meet him at the market. He was surprised by the change in Marcus. The anxious, harried look was gone, replaced by a calm, quiet confidence. Drawn in by this new energy, the patron initiated a conversation. They spoke of the city's beauty, of the joy of creation. The patron could feel that Marcus was now in tune. "I've been reconsidering your project," the patron said suddenly. "I'm not sure why, but I have a good feeling about it now. Come see me tomorrow." The funding arrived not because Marcus had tried harder, but because he had become a different person. He had become someone whose frequency was compatible with success. He had tuned his instrument, and the universe could finally hear its beautiful melody. The law of frequency. Tuning Marcus's journey is the final lesson in the art of creation. It is not about what to do, but about who to be. Prosperity is a frequency to be tuned into, not a goal to be conquered. The core lesson is to stop chasing wealth. Instead, see yourself as a radio and consciously dial in to the frequency of abundance through your thoughts, emotions, and actions. You must play the music of abundance first, before the universe can dance to it. Your energetic state is the music you are broadcasting. The universe doesn't respond to what you ask for, it responds to the melody you are playing. Marcus changed his tune from anxiety to trust. Become it, don't pretend to have it. Frequency tuning is not an act of pretending. Marcus didn't fake it. He genuinely changed his habits and his inner state to live as a joyful creator, which was a fundamental identity shift. The shift from fear to love is the ultimate tuning. The same action working in the workshop when performed from fear to earn money carries a low frequency. When performed from love for the joy of creation, it carries a high and powerfully magnetic frequency. Frequency tuning is a daily habit. Building a prosperous consciousness is not a one-time act, but a process of consistent cultivation. Practicing energy alignment in the morning, midday, and evening helps maintain your resonance with wealth. The universe doesn't respond to what you want, it responds to who you are. This is the final truth. Marcus may have wanted funding, but when his state of being was one of lack, the universe reflected that back. Only when he changed who he was did his circumstances change in response. The thrice daily tuning ritual. This is a simple practice to make tuning the soul's instrument a daily habit, helping you to always resonate with the frequency of prosperity. Morning tune-up, 2 minutes. Immediately after waking, before doing anything else, sit quietly and ask yourself, what music do I want to play for the world today? The melody of hurry and anxiety, or the melody of peace and trust? Choose one word, for example, trust. Then spend 60 seconds feeling that trust in your body, as if everything today will unfold perfectly. Midday tune-up. 1 minute. Set a reminder for the middle of your workday. When it goes off, stop. Take 3 deep breaths. Ask yourself, is my instrument out of tune? If you feel stressed, quickly think of one thing you are grateful for in that moment. A cool glass of water, the sunlight outside the window. This act will quickly retune the string of gratitude. Evening tune-up, 2 minutes. Before you go to sleep, instead of thinking about what you didn't accomplish, review a different question. In my day today, at what moment did I vibrate at my most beautiful frequency? Perhaps it was when you smiled at a stranger, when you solved a small problem, or when you savored a delicious meal. Choose that one moment and relive that feeling one more time as you drift off to sleep. By practicing this thrice daily tuning, you are transforming yourself from an amateur player at the mercy of circumstance into a master artist who actively tunes their own instrument, always ready to play the grand symphony of life. Chapter 14. The Pulse of the Flow. Before we begin, I want you to join me in a small experiment. Right now, take a deep breath in, filling your lungs completely. And now, hold it. Don't exhale. What do you feel? At first, there is a sense of fullness of power. But just a few seconds later, that feeling turns into tension and uncomfortable pressure. Your entire body begins to scream a single command, exhale. And when you finally do exhale, what do you feel? An unparalleled relief. And then the most magical thing happens without any effort at all. The next breath automatically flows in. This is the most profound lesson on prosperity. The attempt to hoard money out of fear is exactly like holding your breath to keep the air. Both arise from a misunderstanding of the nature of life. Life is not found in the inhalation, but in the harmonious rhythm of inhaling and exhaling. So too with prosperity, it is found in the constant flow. Gideon was a seed merchant in an agricultural town. He was an intelligent, careful man, and he had the best seeds in the region. He regarded his seed vault as a treasure kept in a strictly temperature-controlled cellar. To him, wealth was synonymous with the quantity of seeds sitting dormant in his store. One year, a blight devastated the fields, causing many farmers to lose everything. They no longer had money to buy seeds for the next season. They came to Gideon begging him to sell them seeds on credit, promising to pay him back a larger share after the harvest. But Gideon, acting from fear, refused. "It's too great a risk," he thought. "What if the crops fail again? I'll lose everything." He clutched his treasure tightly, sealing the door to his vault. He was holding his breath, trying to protect his wealth. As a result, the fields around the town lay fallow. The town's economy collapsed, and Gideon's own shop became deserted as no one had money to buy anything. The treasure he was trying so hard to protect was losing its value in a dying ecosystem. The seeds, no matter how good, were just lifeless pebbles as long as they lay dormant in the dark. One afternoon, an old farmer woman who had lost everything came to see Gideon. She did not beg. She just silently placed a single apple on his counter. "This is all I have left," she said. "I could eat it to survive today, or I can take the small seeds inside it and plant them in the earth with faith in tomorrow. I choose faith." Then she looked toward Gideon's vault and said something that stunned him. "Gideon, you are guarding a graveyard, not a treasury. The life of those seeds is not in your vault. It is in the soil. The tighter you hold them, the more they die." The old woman's words struck Gideon's mind like a bolt of lightning. He looked at his seed vault, and for the first time he didn't see security. He saw a tomb of buried potential. He realized that the only way for his wealth to multiply was to let it circulate, to let it go, and fulfill its mission. He had been holding his breath for too long. The next day, Gideon did something the whole town thought was crazy. He threw open the doors of his vault and announced he would provide seeds to any farmer who needed them with no money down. In return, they only needed to give him a small and fair portion of their harvest, if there was one. He had given up the role of a controller and become a participant in the flow. He had exhaled. A new energy spread throughout the town. Hope was kindled. People worked together, sharing tools and helping one another, and the harvest that year, thanks to the meticulous care and cooperative spirit, was miraculously bountiful. The farmers joyfully brought Gideon his share. The total value of the produce he received was far greater than the money he could have earned by just selling the seeds normally. But he received even more than that: loyalty, respect, and a thriving community in which his own shop now flourished. By daring to exhale, he had allowed a fresher, more abundant stream of air to flow into his life and the life of the entire town. The law of circulation. Gideon's journey is the perfect illustration of the pulse of the universe. Life is in the movement. Money is the breath of reality. It must circulate to sustain life. The core lesson is to see hoarding money out of fear as being the same as holding your breath. Both lead to stagnation and suffocation. Life and prosperity are found in the constant flow. Wealth is multiplied through movement, not through accumulation. The value of Gideon's seeds multiplied exponentially only when they were put into motion, sown into the earth. Your role is to participate in the flow, not to control it. Gideon failed when he tried to dam the river. He only succeeded when he became a channel, allowing the energy to flow through him freely, nourishing himself and others. Giving from faith creates a vacuum that the universe must fill. Every act of giving is not a loss, but an act of creating space. When Gideon gave away the seeds with faith, he created a vacuum, fields that needed to be sown, that the laws of the universe were compelled to fill with a bountiful harvest. The principle of circulation applies to all forms of value. This flow is not limited to money. The old farmer gave her faith by planting the apple seeds. Gideon gave opportunity by distributing his seeds. The universe responded with tangible abundance. Feel the energy of the flow as you give. The power lies not in the mechanical act, but in the intention and feeling behind it. When Gideon shifted from fear to faith, his actions carried a completely different energy and created an extraordinary result. The circulation ritual, giving a breath. This is a weekly practice to help you consciously participate in the rhythm of the flow using many different forms of value. Choose your breath. At the start of the week, choose one form of value that you want to exhale this week. It doesn't have to be money. Week 1, kindness. Week 2, time. Week 3, knowledge. Week 4, a sincere compliment, the intentional exhalation. During the week, perform a specific action corresponding to your choice. Kindness. Do a small, helpful act for someone without expecting anything in return. Time. Spend 30 minutes truly listening to a friend in need without interrupting or judging. Knowledge. Proactively share a useful skill or piece of information with someone who needs it. A compliment. Notice something good in someone and speak that compliment with sincerity. Feel the flow. This is the most important step. As you are performing the act of exhaling, take a second to feel it with your whole being. Feel the energy moving through you, not as a loss, but as a release, a connection. Inhale the emptiness. After you have given, feel the space that has just been created inside you, a lightness, an openness. Don't rush to expect something in return. Simply enjoy the feeling of a lung that has been fully exhaled, knowing that naturally and inevitably a new breath will flow in. By practicing this, you are saying to the universe, I trust in abundance. I am a part of the flow. I am not holding my breath. I am alive. Chapter 15. Sowing Seeds in the Golden Garden. At a festival, I once witnessed an archery contest. The first to shoot was a strong young man. He drew his bow, and with all his might he shot arrows toward the target, but his eyes were not focused. He was aiming only generally in that direction. As a result, his arrows flew everywhere. A few hit the outer edge of the target, but most stuck in the surrounding grass. He had a wish to hit the target, but he did not have a clear intention. Then a female archer stepped up. She did not rush to draw her bow. She stood motionless for a moment, her breath slow, and her eyes seemed to see only one point in the entire world, the very center of the target's bullseye. It was as if an invisible thread of light connected her eye to that point. Her entire being had merged with the goal. When she drew her bow and released the arrow, the action was almost effortless. The arrow flew like a streak of light and struck dead center. She didn't just wish to hit the target. She had commanded the arrow to go there with the power of focused intention. That is the difference between a dreamer and a creator. Elian was a talented mapmaker, but his life was a chaotic mess. His mind was like a noisy market with 100 competing desires. He wanted to be rich. He wanted to be famous. He wanted to travel to faraway lands. He wanted to find love. He wanted everything, and he wanted it all at once. His workshop was a perfect reflection of that. Mine, dozens of maps started with enthusiasm and then abandoned. A map of the mineral mines in the north, another of the ocean currents in the south, a third of the city's architecture. He was like the first archer shooting the arrows of his energy in every direction without a single specific target. He felt stuck. Despite working very hard, he never finished anything truly meaningful. He sent dozens of letters to different patrons, each proposing a different project, but received no replies. He didn't realize that the chaos in his proposals was merely a mirror of the chaos in his own intention. The universe cannot deliver a clear result from an unclear request. In his frustration, Ilian sought out the head librarian of the Royal Library, a wise old woman who had spent her life tending to maps. Elian spread out his unfinished works, hoping for a word of praise. The old woman looked at them, then at Elian, and said gently, "Elian, you are not a mapmaker. You are a man lost in his own garden. You have planted 100 different seeds without truly caring for any single plant. You are expecting a bountiful harvest from a wild, untended garden. Go home and choose one seed, just one, the most important seed, and devote your entire mind, love, and energy to nurturing it. The old woman's words awakened Elian. He realized he had been a terrible gardener in his own consciousness. He returned to his workshop, but this time he didn't look at the old maps. He did something different. He took out an empty leather-bound journal, the most beautiful one he owned. He decided this would be his golden garden diary, a sacred space reserved only for his most important intentions. He did not rush to write. He sat in silence for hours, asking himself, not, "What do I want?" but a deeper question, "What is my soul's truest calling?" And the answer came not as a shout, but as a clear whisper. His greatest desire was not for wealth or fame, but to do something no one had ever done, to draw the first complete map of the treacherous and mythical Whispering Mountains. With a sense of ceremony, Elian opened the first page of the journal. He wrote down a single sentence, an intention honed as sharp as a diamond. My intention is to create the first complete, accurate, and beautiful map of the Whispering Mountains for the glory of discovery and the safety of those who follow. He wrote it not with desperate longing, but with a calm certainty, as if he were merely recording a fact that was already destined to be. After writing, he closed his eyes and spent a few minutes feeling the pride and satisfaction of the work already being complete. From that day on, everything changed. All of Elian's energy was now focused like sunlight through a magnifying glass. Every morning he reread his intention. He put away all other unfinished projects. He focused on one single thing, and the universe began to respond to his clarity. He happened to overhear a story about an old hunter who had once ventured deep into the mountains. He found a forgotten old book in the library that contained crucial notes. A wealthy patron who had previously ignored his chaotic letters was now deeply impressed upon hearing of his singular devotion to this legendary task and decided to fund the entire expedition. Elian succeeded. His map became a masterpiece, and with it all the things he had once vaguely wished for: wealth, fame, respect, came to him as a natural consequence. They came not because he chased them, but because he had chosen a single North Star and walked directly toward it. The law of clear intention. Elian's journey is a lesson in the power of focus in a world full of distractions. Intention is the first creative act, not a passive wish. Elian's writing his intention in the journal was not an act of hope. It was a conscious command, a mental blueprint he sent to the universe to begin the process of creation. The universe responds to clarity, not ambiguity. The universe could not respond to Elian's chaotic requests, but when he presented a single crystal-clear intention, resources began to self-organize to support him. Focused intention is a lens that concentrates energy. Like sunlight through a magnifying glass, the single intention of mapping the Whispering Mountains focused all of Elian's energy and the universe's onto one point, creating the power to manifest the impossible. You are a gardener in the universal garden. Your mind is the garden, and your intentions are the seeds. You must choose your seeds carefully. Clarity, sow them with purpose, writing them down, and care for them daily with faith and focus. Power lies in calm certainty, not desperate longing. The energy you infuse into your intention is paramount. Elian's intention only succeeded when it was set from a place of certainty and faith, not from lack. Create a sacred space for your intentions. Elian's Golden Garden Diary was a ritual. Treating your intentions with ceremony and respect signals their importance to both your subconscious mind and the universe. Ritual sowing a seed in the Golden Garden. This is a practice to help you shift from being a dreamer to being a master gardener in the garden of your own consciousness. Prepare the garden. Find or buy a beautiful journal that you truly love. This journal will be used for one purpose only: to record your most important intentions. This is your golden garden. Choose one seed. Sit in silence with the journal before you. Ask yourself this question: if I could only cultivate one thing right now to create the greatest change, what would it be? Let the answer come from your heart, not from the fleeting desires of the mind. Sharpen the seed. Once you have an answer, make it crystal clear. Instead of, I want a better job, sharpen it to, my intention is to have the job of specific description in a, describe the environment bringing me the desired feeling, and an income of a specific number, if possible. The sowing ritual. Open a new page in your golden garden. Write today's date. Then write down your single clear intention slowly and deliberately. Feel the power in the words as you write them. Water with faith. After writing, close the journal and place your hands on it. Close your eyes and take 1 minute. Do not beg or hope. Imagine and feel that this intention has already become a reality. How would you feel? Immerse yourself in that feeling. The feeling of completion, of joy, of gratitude. Daily care every morning. Open your golden garden and reread that intention. This act reminds you and the universe of the seed you are wholeheartedly nurturing. You don't need to do more. You just need to intend with more clarity. Choose your seed wisely, and you will be astonished by the harvest the universe provides. Chapter 16. The Lighthouse of Purpose. Years ago, while passing a large construction site, I stopped to ask 2 stonemasons about their work. Both were doing the exact same thing, hewing heavy blocks of granite under the harsh sun. The first man, when asked what he was doing, sighed, wiped his sweat, and replied, I'm chipping at these blocks to earn a few coins for dinner. He was working for survival, for the direct pursuit of money. I approached the second man and asked the same question. He paused, but instead of looking down, he looked up at the entire unfinished structure with a shimmering light in his tired eyes. He said, I am building a cathedral, a place where for hundreds of years to come, our children's children will come to find peace, to behold beauty, and to connect with God. Both men were performing the same action, but their energy was completely different. The first man was working to get, the second man was working to serve. And I am certain that the universe in all its wisdom will pour more energy and blessings into supporting the building of a cathedral than just a single dinner. Purpose is the greatest magnet of all. Aryan was a young and talented physician. He came to the capital with a noble dream to use his knowledge to heal the sick. But the glamour of the city quickly dazzled him. He saw other physicians with large houses and splendid carriages, and he began to believe that the measure of success was material wealth. His original purpose became clouded. The question in his mind gradually changed. From, how can I best heal this person? It shifted to, how can I make the most money from this person? He opened a practice in the wealthy district, charged exorbitant fees, and treated his patients like customers. But paradoxically, he was not successful. Patients sensed his transactional energy. They felt they weren't being truly cared for. His practice was empty, and he grew increasingly bitter and hollow. He was desperately chasing money, and money was subtly eluding him. Then a plague struck the city, ravaging the poor quarters where the other wealthy physicians refused to set foot. Faced with the collapse of his practice and a deep crisis of conscience, Aryan suddenly remembered the oath he had taken upon becoming a physician. He remembered why he had started on this path in the first place. That night he did something that all rational calculation would call insane. He gathered his remaining medicine, packed his clothes, and went straight into the old quarter where the plague was raging most fiercely. He did not go to make money. He went with only one purpose: to serve. In that atmosphere of death and despair, the question in Aryan's mind completely changed. It was no longer how to get, but had become how to serve. He worked without rest, going from house to house, using all his knowledge and strength to fight for people's lives. He didn't accept a single coin. He was giving his skill and his time a mission larger than himself. A miracle happened, not a miracle that made him instantly rich, but a miracle of energy. The people of the old quarter, sensing his sacrifice and noble purpose, came together to support him. They brought him food and water, helped him clean. A community spirit rose from the despair, with Arian at its center. When the plague had passed, Arian's name had become a legend. He was known not as a clever physician, but as a savior, a hero. And then the prosperity he had once chased in vain came seeking him. The wealthy patrons who had once ignored his practice now vied for his attention. They didn't just want to be healed by someone with skill. They wanted to be connected to someone with great character. They came together to fund the building of a great hospital where he could serve everyone, rich and poor alike. Arian became wealthier and more respected than he had ever dreamed. That wealth was not the result of his pursuit. It was the natural byproduct of him living his purpose to the fullest. The law of purpose. Arian's journey is a lesson about the ultimate compass. When he chased money, he got lost. Only when he followed the North Star of his purpose did the treasure find him. Money is attracted to purpose, not to pursuit. Stop chasing money directly. Instead, find and live your purpose fully. Wealth will naturally flow toward the energy of authentic passion and contribution. Wealth is the natural byproduct of service. The most powerful way to create prosperity is to focus on creating value for others. When your primary goal is to serve, money arrives as a necessary consequence. Give your money a mission larger than yourself. When Arian defined his skills as being for saving lives, he elevated his own energy. The universe will always prioritize supporting noble intentions. The right question isn't how can I get, but how can I serve? Shifting your central question from accumulation to contribution will completely change your energetic frequency and the results you receive. Clarity of purpose creates clarity of results. Arian's vague desire for wealth led to vague results. A specific purpose to save people in the plague acted as a focusing lens, attracting clear and powerful opportunities. Spiritual mathematics. Purpose, expectation equals multiplication. This is the secret formula. Arian focused all his mind on his purpose healing and completely released his expectation of being paid. As a result, his prosperity was multiplied exponentially. The lighthouse ritual. Finding your why. This practice will help you shift your focus from what you want to what you serve, thereby turning your desire into a magnetic lighthouse. The initial question. Take your journal. At the top of a page, write the question, what do I want more abundance for myself? Answer honestly, e.g., to buy a nicer house, to not worry about bills, to travel. The purpose question. Now turn to a new page and write this transformative question. If money were no longer an issue, if I already had all the abundance I needed, how would I use my time and resources to serve this world? What value would I bring to others? Take your time and write it all down. What problem do you want to solve? Who do you want to help? What beauty do you want to create? Draft a mission statement. Based on your answers in step 2, summarize them into 1 or 2 short sentences. This is your mission statement. For example, my purpose is to create community gardens so people have a peaceful place to connect with nature. Or, my purpose is to use my storytelling abilities to inspire and heal hurting souls. Link your intention. Now connect your material desire to this higher purpose. Write out a new, upgraded declaration. I call forth abundance and all necessary resources to me, not just for myself, but so that I may fully accomplish my mission. To write your mission statement here. May all that flows through me become a blessing for the world. Feel the new energy. Read this final declaration out loud. Feel the difference in the energy. Wanting a nice house is one thing. Wanting abundance to create healing gardens for a whole community is another thing entirely. The second statement carries a power, a resonance that the universe cannot ignore. Hold on to that mission statement. It is your lighthouse. Whenever you feel lost or without direction, look at it. It will remind you that the shortest path to receiving everything you want is to focus on giving your unique gift away. Chapter 17. The Echo of Yes. As a young man wandering the world, I once found a beautiful garden enclosed by a high stone wall. The gate leading into it was made of intricately wrought iron. Mesmerized by the beauty within, I used all my strength to push the gate, but it didn't move an inch. I pushed harder, then used my whole shoulder to ram against it. The gate remained unmoved. Frustrated and disappointed, I believed I had been rejected, that this gate was locked to keep out vagabonds like me. As I was about to give up, an old gardener approached from within. He held no key. He just looked at me with a kind smile and said, "Son, you are trying to push a gate that was designed to be pulled." In a moment of stunned realization, I did as he said. I pulled gently, and the gate swung open effortlessly without a sound. The gate had never been locked. The barrier was not in the gate, but in my own mistaken assumption. My efforts were working against its natural mechanism. I had created my own rejection. Well, that lesson has stayed with me to this day. So often in life, when we think the world is saying no to us, it is actually that we are pushing a door that needs to be pulled. Reese was a young artisan, a brilliant inventor. He had spent years creating a masterpiece, a new type of loom that could weave patterns more complex and beautiful than anything ever seen. He believed this invention could revolutionize the weaving industry of the entire city. To do that, he needed the approval and backing of the Weavers' Guild, a council of elderly and conservative masters. His success, he thought, depended entirely on their yes. He brought his invention to present before the council. He explained it with passion, but his heart pounded with anxiety. After consideration, the elders delivered their verdict. They said his loom was too complex, too costly, and unnecessary. They officially rejected his proposal. To Reese, it was a death sentence for his dream, a resounding no from the world. He returned to his workshop drowning in despair. The story, he told himself, was, "They rejected me. I'm not good enough. My dream is dead." In his darkest days, he suddenly remembered an old teaching: there is no rejection, only reflection. He asked himself a very difficult question. If the council's no is just a mirror, what no from deep inside me is it reflecting? He sat in silence and honestly confronted himself. And then he saw it clear as day. Deep down, he himself had been constantly saying no. He said no to his own ability to succeed. Could I really manage a large workshop? He said no to his own worthiness. I'm just a young artisan. How dare I change an entire tradition? He said no to his own self-belief. The guild's no was merely the echo of his own internal chorus of no's. This truth did not break him. On the contrary, it liberated him. He realized his job was not to convince the council. His only job was to transform his internal no's into an unshakable yes. He stopped chasing external approval. Instead, he began to act as if success were an inevitability. He cleaned out his workshop, arranging the space, not for one but for 10 new looms. He began teaching his technique to a young apprentice with the calm certainty of an established master. His inner dialogue changed. Every time the voice of doubt arose, "But how will this work? The guild has already said no." He didn't argue with it. He simply overrode it with a calm but powerful affirmation: "Yes, the path is opening." When it said, "You'll never have enough money," he replied, "Yes, all necessary resources are on their way to me." He became a living yes. He completely let go of the idea that success had to come through the single path of the Weavers' Guild. And then the universe began to respond. Without needing the council, he started giving small, free demonstrations for the young weavers in the city. His confident and passionate energy was incredibly magnetic. They were astonished by his invention. A few of them pooled their money not to buy his invention, but to commission him to build new looms for them. An independent, vibrant, and youthful guild began to form around Reese. One day, a wealthy merchant who exported textiles saw the uniquely patterned fabrics made from these new looms. He bypassed the old-fashioned guild and placed an enormous order directly with Reese's group. The door he had once tried to push so desperately was no longer necessary. By becoming a yes from within and letting go of the how, the universe had delivered an even greater yes through a path he had never imagined. The law of reflection. Reese's journey is the ultimate lesson in power. You cannot receive a yes from the universe until you are a yes from within your own soul. There is no rejection, only reflection. When the outside world says no, it is not a rejection. It is the universal mirror perfectly reflecting a no that already exists inside you, your doubt, your fear, your feeling of unworthiness. The universe always says yes to your frequency. The universe is a neutral amplifier. It said yes to Reese's doubt, and then it said yes to his faith. Your job is to choose what you want it to say yes to. Your job is to become a living yes. Stop trying to change or convince the external world. Your only work is to cultivate an unshakable state of yes from within. When your inner world is a yes, the outer world must comply. Let go of the how to open all paths. Reese's attachment to the Weavers' Guild nearly killed his dream. When he let go of that single path, the universe brought him a better one. Your inner dialogue is a command sent to the universe. The constant conversation in your head is the program creating your reality. Reese changed his program from a story of rejection to a story of certainty. Use yes to reprogram doubt. The practice of confronting doubt with a powerful yes is not denial. It is a conscious act of overwriting the old program of fear, training your subconscious to default to trust instead of doubt. The confrontation ritual, using yes to transform no. This is a powerful practice to reclaim your power from the voice of doubt and reprogram your subconscious. Identify the no. Think of your goal or desire. Listen carefully to the automatic voice that pops into your head to object. Write down those exact words. For example, you're not good enough to do that. No one will help you. That's impossible. Face the reflection. Look at the sentences you just wrote. Do not judge them. Acknowledge them. Say out loud, I see you. I understand that you are reflecting my fear. Thank you for showing me this so clearly. The overwriting action. Now it is time to reclaim your power. For each specific no, you will respond with a universal yes. And take a deep breath, look at the negative sentence and declare forcefully, to you're not good enough, respond, yes, I was born with all the necessary talents and any skill can be learned. To no one will help you, respond, yes, the right people and the right resources are being drawn to me right now. To that's impossible, respond, yes, with the universe all things are possible and I am a part of the universe. The global yes declaration. After you have confronted each fear, end with a global declaration. Stand up straight, place a hand on your heart, and say with all the certainty you can muster, the universe always says yes to my state of being. My only job is to choose what it says yes to. Right now, I choose faith. I choose worthiness. I am a living yes. Practice this ritual whenever you hear the voice of doubt. You are not just hoping. You are commanding a new reality into being. Chapter 18, The Covenant of the Sacred Void. I was once present in a village that was collecting donations to rebuild a community hall devastated by a storm. A wealthy merchant from the region arrived with great fanfare. He pulled out a large bag of gold, held it high for all to see, then threw it into the collection bin with a loud clang. The people applauded, but in that applause there was a politeness and emptiness. The gift was an act calculated for recognition. A little later, a widowed old woman, the poorest in the village, quietly approached. She had no gold. All she possessed were 2 small wooden birds that her late husband had carved for her. With trembling hands and tears in her eyes, she placed the 2 wooden birds in the bin, She said nothing, only whispering a prayer for the peace of the village. There was no applause, but a sacred silence. A warm wave of pure love spread through the crowd, and I knew with an unshakable certainty that in the eyes of the universe, the gift of the 2 wooden birds held more weight and power than the bag of gold. The universe does not measure the value of the act. It measures the volume of love within that act. Silas had kept the lighthouse on a treacherous cliff for 50 years. His life was simple and quiet. Most people in the kingdom didn't even know he existed, but every night, without fail, Silas would climb the spiral stairs to light the great lamp, a flame that guided ships through the dangerous waters. He did it not for his salary, which was barely enough to live on. He did it from a deep and silent love, a love for the lamp, for the sea, and for the anonymous sailors he would never meet. He expected no thanks. He needed no recognition. His act of giving was absolutely unconditional. He was simply serving. One day a royal inspector was dispatched to the lighthouse. He was a man of numbers and efficiency. He reviewed the ledgers and concluded that the lighthouse was too costly and ineffective. He recommended shutting it down and replacing it with an automated signal tower at a different location. Silas was informed that he would be retired and that his life's mission was to end. Silas felt a profound sadness, but not a single drop of resentment. He accepted the decision. During his final week, he polished the lamp's great lens with a devotion even greater than before. He wanted his last flame to be his brightest. His final pure act of service, an act no longer for a future but purely for the love in the present moment, created an immensely powerful sacred void. He had given his whole life without asking for anything, and now even the purpose of that giving was about to be taken away. On Silas's very last night on duty, a terrible storm, the likes of which had never been seen, arose. A royal vessel carrying the young prince himself was lost in the storm, their compass broken. They were heading straight for the reefs. The new automated tower had not yet been built. Their only hope was the light from Silas's old lighthouse. And because Silas had polished the lens with all his love, its light that night was extraordinarily brilliant. It cut through the torrential rain and reached the ship at the very last second, helping them realize their peril and turn the helm just in time. When this story reached the king, he was deeply moved. He realized the immeasurable value of unconditional service. He personally traveled to the lighthouse not to close it, but to bow before the old keeper. The king not only rescinded the order to close it, but he also declared the lighthouse a royal heritage site to be protected forever. He established a generous fund to ensure that Silas and all future keepers would live in prosperity and honor. Silas had never asked for anything. He had simply lived in love and service, and the universe in its own mysterious ways filled the sacred void that his entire life had created. The return came not as a reward, but as a natural, inevitable, and multiplied law, the law of unconditional love. Silas's journey is the ultimate truth of prosperity. It is not found through pursuit. It is manifested through love. The universe measures the love in the act, not the act itself. A small act done with unconditional love has 1,000 times more power than a grand act done for recognition or reward. The 2 wooden birds were worth more than the bag of gold. Unconditional giving aligns you with the highest frequency of abundance. When you give without any attachment to the outcome, you are attuning yourself to the nature of the source to give freely and infinitely. This is the most powerful state of attraction. You cannot outsmart the laws of the universe. If Silas had only worked hard to impress the inspector, his energy would have been different, and perhaps the lamp's light would not have been strong enough. The universe reads the true energy of your heart. Sincere service creates a sacred void that the universe must fill. Every act of giving from a pure heart creates an energetic vacuum. By law, the universe abhors a vacuum and will rush to fill it, often in unexpected and multiplied ways. The return is a natural law, not a reward. The prosperity that came back to Silas was not payment for his good deeds. It was the inevitable result of the energy he had put into motion, just as sowing a seed leads to fruit. Consciously open yourself to receive the return. The cycle is only complete when you are willing to receive. If Silas, in his humility, had refused the king's gift, he would have interrupted the flow. Learning to receive with gratitude is just as important as learning to give unconditionally. The opening the gates ritual, receiving the return flow. This is a practice to help you consciously acknowledge the value you have already given and to open your heart to receive the natural return that is on its way back to you. List your givings. Sit in a quiet space with your journal. Spend 10 minutes writing down all the ways you have given in your life, not just money. Have you given your time to listen to a friend? Have you shared your knowledge freely? Have you offered a sincere word of encouragement? Have you created a product, a work of art, a meal with all your love? Have you cared for a loved one, an animal, or a plant? Write it all down without judgment, simply to acknowledge it. Acknowledge the covenant look at your list. Recognize that with every one of those acts of giving, a sacred void was created, a promise was sent into the universe. Acknowledge any resistance within you to being repaid for these things. The gate opening declaration. Now stand or sit up straight. Place your hands on your chest in a receptive posture. Read the following words aloud, feeling each one deeply. I acknowledge all the love, time, and energy that I have sown into the world. I have given freely and unconditionally. Today, I release all feelings of unworthiness and all resistance to being loved and cared for in return. I consciously open all channels, both visible and invisible, for the flow of prosperity, which is the universe's natural return, to come back to me with ease and grace. I am no longer holding my breath. I am ready to inhale. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The symbolic action. After your declaration, slowly open your hands, palms facing up, as if you are ready to receive a gift. Hold that posture for 1 minute, breathing deeply, and feel the energetic shift as you move from a closed system to an open circulatory loop. You have completed the cycle. Your only work now is to live in that state of openness and to pay attention to the mysterious and wonderful ways the universe will use to fill your hands. Chapter 19. The Well of Silence. I was once lost in an old-growth forest. The map in my hands, a product of logic and the experience of others, directed me to follow a wide, seemingly safe trail. My reason screamed, "This is the right path. It's clear, and others have walked it." But at the same time, another feeling arose. A gentle impulse, a whisper so quiet it was almost inaudible, kept urging me to turn onto a small, narrow path, nearly invisible and overgrown with trees. I stood there, torn between the two voices. One was the shout of reason based on what was known and what seemed logical. The other was the whisper of something deeper, something for which there was no proof. After a struggle, I did something I had rarely done before. I decided to trust the whisper. I turned onto the small path, and after just a few minutes it led me to a clear hillside from which I could see my village in the distance. I later learned that the wide trail had been blocked by a landslide up ahead. My logic could have led me to a dead end. But the whisper of my soul, the thing we call intuition, knew the safest and fastest way. It always knows. Iona was the most talented gem cutter in the city. She had mastered every rule, memorized every chart of facets and angles. The stones she produced were all technically perfect, without a single flaw. But they were missing something. They lacked the magic, the soul, that turns a gemstone into a legend. One day, an unprecedentedly large, rough diamond was found and brought to the city. The Duke announced a competition. Any artisan who could propose the most unique and brilliant way to cut the stone would be given the great responsibility and an enormous reward. Immediately the noise began in Iona's mind. Her rational mind began to analyze. She spread out charts calculating day and night to find the cut that would retain the most weight and produce the most facets, according to the textbooks. She worked based on what she had been taught, based on the expectations of others. But the more she analyzed, the more stuck and empty she felt. Her reason was so loud that she could not hear the voice of the stone itself. The night before the presentation, in a fit of desperation, Iona did something unusual. She put away all her complex drawings. She remembered something her grandmother used to say: "Don't try to make the stone shine your way. Be silent and listen to how it wants to shine." She took the rough diamond into a quiet room, lit a candle, and simply sat with it. She did not analyze. She did not calculate. She just held the stone in her palm and listened with her entire soul. She actively created a space of silence. And in that silence a whisper came, not a voice, but an image, a feeling of astonishing clarity. Her intuition told her something crazy. Instead of cutting the stone into a single large shape, as was customary, it urged her to be bold and divide it into two completely different yet perfectly complementary parts, one shaped like the sun and one like the moon. Instantly, her reason shrieked in protest, "That's absurd! You'll lose so much weight! It's too risky! No one does that!" It was the voice of the ego trying to control based on what was already known. But this time, Iona no longer listened to that shout. She chose to trust the whisper. With a newfound sense of peace and certainty, she spent the entire night sketching her dream pair of sun and moon diamonds. The next day, before the Duke and the council, the other artisans presented their logical, safe, profit-maximizing plans. When it was her turn, Iona presented a single sketch of the sun and moon pair. The Duke, a man of deep soul himself, was captivated by the unique vision. "Why would you choose such a risky cut?" he asked. Iona answered simply and sincerely, "Because my lord, the stone, asked for it." The certainty in her answer, a certainty that came not from logic, but from deep listening, completely convinced the Duke. He gave her the commission. And the sun and moon diamonds went on to become the most legendary treasure of the kingdom, their beauty far surpassing anything a single stone could have ever possessed. Iona didn't just become wealthy, she became a legend. She had learned that her most precious tools were not rulers and charts, but the ability to create silence to hear the voice of her inner oracle, the law of inner guidance. Iona's journey is a lesson in connecting to the infinite wisdom that is always available within each of us. You have an inner oracle that always guides you. The core lesson is to recognize that you are never alone. Your intuition, your gut feelings, those subtle nudges, they are all the language of your inner oracle, connecting you directly to universal intelligence. Divine guidance comes in silence, not in noise. The soul's voice is a whisper, not a shout. To hear it, you must actively create periods of stillness, quieting the analysis of your rational mind and the noise of the external world. Belief is the tool that tunes your intuition. Intuition is like a muscle. The more you trust it and act on its guidance, the stronger and clearer it will become. Ignoring or doubting it will cause it to weaken. Doubt is the voice of the ego, not of wisdom. When an intuitive flash appears and is immediately followed by a dismissive voice, "That's absurd," recognize that as the ego trying to control based on what it already knows. The soul's wisdom often transcends conventional logic. Your intuition knows the path of least resistance to your abundance. The guidance you receive is not random. It is the shortcut, the most efficient and effortless route for you to achieve your highest good, including your prosperity. The process is simple: ask, listen, and trust. To activate your inner oracle, consciously practice this. Ask a question with an open heart. Create silence to listen for the subtle answer, and then have the courage to trust and act on it. The well ritual. Ask, listen, trust. This is a simple practice you can use to consult your inner oracle whenever you need guidance. Step 1. Come to the well's edge. Ask, find a quiet space. Close your eyes. Imagine there is a deep, still well inside you. Now whisper a clear, open-ended question down into that well. Don't ask yes, no question. Ask questions like, what is the next most loving and wise step for me in the matter of state the issue? What needs my attention in order for the flow of prosperity to be unblocked? Step 2. Wait for the bucket to rise. Listen after asking the question, let it go. Do not try to find or analyze an answer. Your only job is to keep the surface of your mind's water still. Sit in silence for 5 to 10 minutes. The answer may come in many forms, a feeling of peace or unease about a certain option, a fleeting image, a word that pops into your head, a memory or an urge to do something. Step 3. Drink the cool water, trust, and acknowledge. Immediately after your listening time is over, open your journal and write down whatever came up, no matter how vague or strange it seems. This act shows your respect for the guidance. Then write at the bottom of the page, I trust this guidance. Step 4, act with faith. Within the next 24 hours, take one small action, no matter how minor, based on the guidance you received. If you had an urge to call a friend, make the call. If an idea for a book appeared, write down its title. This act completes the loop and signals to the universe that you are listening. Trust the well of silence. It will never run dry, and its water will always lead you down the right path. Chapter 20. The Granary of the Soul. When autumn arrives, I often observe two families in my village as they prepare for winter. The first family is very carefree. They enjoy the last beautiful sunny days, but spend little time gathering firewood or preserving food. They believe in taking things as they come. The second family also enjoys the autumn, but every day they set aside a period of time to prepare. They chop wood-dry herbs and fill their granary with grain. They are consciously depositing resources into their winter bank. When the first snowstorm hits, the difference becomes stark. The first family falls into a panic. They are cold, hungry, and all their actions spring from desperation. The second family faces winter from a completely different state. They are peaceful, warm, and well-fed. They have enough resources not only to survive, but also to generously share some firewood with their neighbors in need. Their peace in winter was not determined by the actions they took during the storm, but by what they had stored before the storm. Our emotional life operates in exactly the same way. You cannot create warm results from a frozen soul. Finn was a talented shipbuilder. He received a massive order to build a merchant ship, an opportunity that could change his life. He had the skills, the blueprints, and a team of skilled craftsmen. He knew exactly what he had to do. But he began the project with an empty soul's granary. He had borrowed a large sum of money to buy materials, and the fear of not finishing on time haunted him day and night. Every morning upon waking, instead of depositing a feeling of excitement into his account, he made a huge withdrawal by worrying about bills and deadlines. He worked with a heavy and tense energy, and that energy infused the work. Mistakes began to happen. A crucial oak plank cracked while being bent. The workers, sensing his stress, also became demoralized and less efficient. The project fell behind schedule, which only made Finn more anxious, creating a downward spiral. His skillful actions were being sabotaged by his overdrawn energy account. One day, the old sea captain who had ordered the ship visited the workshop. He didn't look at the ship's progress. He looked at Finn's haggard face. "Finn," he said, his voice deep and warm, "you are trying to build a ship that can withstand a storm, but you are drowning in a storm of your own. This ship needs good wood and strong rope, but above all, it needs the joy and confidence of its master builder. Pause everything. Go home and refill your granary." That advice, instead of panicking Finn, brought him an unusual sense of relief. He gave his workers a few days off, and he, for the first time in months, did nothing related to the ship. Instead, he began making deposits into his soul's granary. He went fishing not to catch fish, but to feel the peace of the water's surface. He spent an entire afternoon playing with his children, immersing himself in their laughter. He shared a meal with friends and truly listened to their stories. He was consciously cultivating and storing the emotions of joy and peace. A few days later, when he returned to the shipyard, he was a different man. His granary was full. He felt a calmness, a steady confidence. He approached the work with an abundant and positive energy. And a miracle happened. He found a clever way to repair the cracked plank. The workers rested and, sensing his new energy, worked with incredible enthusiasm and efficiency. The project quickly caught up and was even completed ahead of schedule. The final ship was not just a technically perfect product. It radiated a sense of sturdiness, a soul of peace. Finn had learned the most important lesson of his career. The most essential material for building anything is not wood or iron, but the energy stored in the granary of the soul, the law of creative energy. Finn's journey is a lesson in managing the most precious resource you own, your inner energy. Your emotions are an energy bank account. Manage your emotional life with the care of a wealth manager. Every moment you are either making a deposit, joy, gratitude, or a withdrawal, worry, fear. Energy creates first. Action only follows. The state of your energy bank is the primary creative force. Actions performed from an overdrawn account, fear, will yield poor results. Actions performed from a surplus account, joy, will yield prosperous results. Proactively deposit into your energy bank. Do not wait for external events to feel good. Consciously cultivate and store feelings of joy and appreciation, as Finn did. This is your most valuable inventory. Be aware of your energy withdrawals. Worry, doubt, and fear are not passive states. They are active withdrawals that are draining your creative power. Recognizing them is the first step to minimizing them. Emotion is your most precious asset. Shift your focus from accumulating external assets to cultivating internal emotional assets. A rich inner state is the true foundation for a rich outer life. The same action with different energy creates a different result. This is the explanation for every paradox. The energy you infuse into an act is more important than the act itself. Finn's shipbuilding done with anxiety led to failure. The same act done with peace led to brilliant success. Practice the soul's granary ledger. This is a simple end-of-day practice to help you become a wise manager of your inner treasure. Open the day's ledger. Take your journal and draw a line down the middle of the page. On the left column, write the heading Deposits. On the right column, write the heading Withdrawals. Record the energy transactions in the Deposits column. List 3 to 5 specific moments or actions from the day that made you feel joyful, peaceful, or grateful. Be specific. For example, the warm feeling when my daughter hugged me, the joy of hearing an old favorite song, the peace of a 5-minute silent walk. And in the withdrawals column, honestly list 1 to 3 thoughts or events that drained your energy. Be specific. For example, 10 minutes worrying about a phone call I haven't made, feeling irritated while reading a negative news story, criticizing myself for a small mistake. Assess the granary state. Look at the 2 columns. Was your granary filled more than it was emptied today? Don't judge, just notice. This is the most honest report of your creative state. Plan a deposit for tomorrow. Based on what you've written proactively, plan one small action for tomorrow, with the sole purpose of making a deposit into your granary. For example, tomorrow I will spend 5 minutes truly savoring a cup of tea while doing nothing else. By practicing this, you are shifting from being a passive reactor to life to being a proactive cultivator of your own energy. You will find that when the granary of your soul is full, you have all the strength you need to build any great ship you can dream of. Chapter 21. The Forgotten Crown. In my travels, I once heard a parable about a young orphan. He grew up on the streets working hard for every scrap of bread. He was a good, humble person, and he always believed his destiny was a life of manual labor. One day, a royal decree found him. It was announced that he was the long-lost only son of a deceased wealthy duke and the sole heir to a vast fortune. He was brought to a magnificent estate, shown chests of gold and silken robes. All of it legally was his. But a strange thing happened. The young man could not accept this truth. He felt like an imposter. In the middle of his lavish bedroom, he would still lay a thin blanket on the floor to sleep. At magnificent feasts, he would eat only a piece of dry bread. He wore the new silk clothes, but inside, he still felt like the same ragged orphan. The outside world had said yes to him in a resounding voice, but deep inside, his inner thermostat was still set to poor and unworthy. He unconsciously sabotaged his own abundance because he could not accept a reality that exceeded his core belief about his own self-worth. The wealth was there, but he was rejecting it from within. Anja was the most talented baker in the city. Her croissants were as light as clouds, and her loaves of bread had a flavor no one could replicate. Those who tasted her creations all said she had magic in her hands. But Anja had only a tiny bakery tucked away in a dark alley, and she was always struggling. She sold her masterpieces at a ridiculously low price. She often felt guilty when accepting money from customers, and would frequently give her bread away for free to those she felt were less fortunate. She had an extraordinary talent but carried a deep-seated sense of unworthiness. One day, a wealthy and discerning merchant woman tasted her bread. She was astonished by Anja's talent. "Young woman," she said, "your talent deserves to be on the main square, not in this alley. I will invest in you to open a grand bakery, a place worthy of what you create." It was a life-changing opportunity, but instead of joy, Anja felt panic. Her inner thermostat began to sound the alarm. A voice rang in her head. "I'm just a simple baker. I don't know how to manage a large shop. I don't deserve such a great favor." She made every excuse she could to refuse the merchant's offer. She convinced herself that she preferred being small and quiet, but deep down she knew she did it out of fear. She had single-handedly sabotaged the biggest opportunity of her life because it exceeded the worthiness threshold she had set for herself. The wise merchant did not give up. A few days later she returned, but not with a bag of money. She brought a large mirror framed in silver and exquisitely carved. She placed the mirror in Anja's tiny bakery. "I am not giving you money anymore," she said. "I am giving you this mirror. I have only one request. Every time you knead the dough, every time you take a hot batch of bread from the oven, look at the one who created them." At first, Anja avoided the mirror. She felt awkward, but eventually she began to glance at it. She saw a woman smudged with flour, looking tired, but then she looked deeper. She saw the light in her own eyes when she was immersed in her work. She saw the love she poured into every loaf. She began to see an artist, a creator of joy, not just a baker. Every day she confronted herself in the mirror. She began a silent dialogue. "You are an artist," she told her reflection. "What you create brings joy to people. You deserve to be compensated. You deserve to succeed." She wasn't trying to become worthy. She was gradually remembering the worthiness that had always been there. The dust of self-doubt was being wiped away, and her forgotten crown began to shine. As her inner thermostat was recalibrated, her actions changed too. She confidently set a fair price for her products. She no longer apologized for her ambitions. One morning, she proactively sought out the merchant woman. She didn't say much. She spoke just one sentence with a newfound calm and certainty. "I am ready." Here, the grand bakery on the square was born. It was a brilliant success, not just because of the delicious bread, but because people were drawn to the energy of confidence and joy that radiated from its owner. Anja didn't need to go searching for a crown. She simply had to realize she had been wearing it all along. The law of worthiness. Anja's journey is the story of the crown that each of us wears, a crown often obscured by the dust of doubt. Worthiness is the thermostat of abundance. Your life can only get as warm, prosperous as your inner thermostat allows. If you believe you only deserve 20 degrees, you will unconsciously shiver and sabotage things when life gets as warm as 30 degrees. The universe respects your self-judgment. The universe through the merchant woman brought opportunity to Anja, but it could not force her to receive it when she believed she wasn't worthy. You are the highest authority on what you allow yourself to have. Worthiness is a truth to be remembered, not an achievement to be earned. Anja didn't need to become a better baker to be worthy. She only needed to remove the layers of doubt that had obscured the truth that her talent was already worthy. Your relationship with money is a mirror of your relationship with yourself. Anja's financial struggles were a perfect reflection of her struggle to acknowledge her own value. When she healed the latter, the former healed automatically. Stop apologizing for your ambitions. Anja's act of refusing the opportunity was an apology for daring to dream big. Owning your desires completely is a powerful declaration of worthiness. Declare your worthiness as a pre-existing truth. The practice of affirming "I am worthy" is not about trying to convince yourself of something that isn't true. It is an act of consciously aligning your mind with the eternal truth of your soul. It is an act of remembering. The coronation ritual. Reclaiming your crown. This is a powerful ritual to reconnect you with your innate sense of worthiness. Practice it daily until it becomes your unshakable inner truth. Go before the royal mirror, stand before a mirror. See it not as a piece of glass, but as a gateway to your soul. Take 3 deep breaths, remove the disguises, look into your own eyes. Acknowledge the labels you often assign to yourself. A person who is struggling, an ordinary employee, someone who is unlucky. Acknowledge them, and then visualize yourself taking them off like old, tattered cloaks. See the king, queen. Look deeper at the person behind those labels. Look at the light in your eyes, the spark of life. That is your royal nature, whole and untarnished. The coronation ritual. Place a hand over your heart. Look directly into your eyes and declare, not as a plea, but as a royal decree, I state your name. No longer seek worthiness, for I am the embodiment of worthiness. Worthiness is my birthright, my very nature, independent of any external thing. I am worthy of receiving all the abundance, joy, and love the universe has for me, without reason, without condition. I am worthy, right now. Feel the weight of the crown. After your declaration, remain silent for 1 minute. Imagine a radiant crown being placed upon your head. Feel its presence. Feel your dignity and your power. You are not trying to become worthy. You are simply remembering that you have never not been. Chapter 22. The river flows home. I once sat by a river and watched 2 swimmers. The first was a strong young man. He set a goal to swim upstream to reach a rock at the head of the river. He used all his strength, his muscles bulging, fighting fiercely against the current. But despite his exhaustive efforts, he barely made any progress. He was fighting the river, and the river was always stronger. The second swimmer was a young woman. She made no attempt to swim upstream. Instead, she surrendered herself to the flow, letting the water support her. Then, with gentle and wise strokes, she simply navigated herself, leaning on the river's power to move diagonally to the other shore. She reached her destination with ease, with grace, and with a smile still on her lips. That young woman understood a great secret. Life, like the river, is not an enemy to be conquered, but a current to harmonize with. Prosperity comes not from the effort of fighting the flow, but from learning to dance with it. In the city of artisans, Leo was a master glassblower. He was no longer the young, anxious artist. He had traveled a long journey of understanding, and now he was the embodiment of harmony. When the royal court announced a competition to create a centerpiece for the grand hall of the new palace, the entire city was abuzz. The other artisans immediately threw themselves into the chase. They worked day and night, competing, worrying. Their energy was one of striving, of pursuing a prize. Leo approached it completely differently. He did not begin with action. He began with stillness. First, he did not try to think up an idea. He sat in meditation, quieted his mind, and listened to the whisper of his inner oracle. He waited until a clear and inspired vision appeared on its own. Second, his intention was not to win the competition. He set a higher intention, a purpose of service, to create a work that can make the heart of anyone who looks upon it feel pure joy and connection. Third, before he even touched his blowpipe, he tuned the instrument of his soul. He spent the morning walking in his garden, filling his soul's granary with peace and gratitude. He didn't try to make a joyful work of art. He became joy first. When he began to work, it was not a process of labor. It was a dance. He moved rhythmically around the furnace, his breath merging with the flow of the molten glass. He did not try to force the material to his will. He listened to it, yielded to it, and cooperated with it. The energy radiating from his workshop was not the stress of competition, but the pure joy of creation. On the day of judgment, the other works were displayed. They were complex, magnificent, and demonstrated incredible skill, but they were cold relics of ego and ambition. Then Leo's piece was brought out. It was a large glass sphere, and inside ribbons of color swirled together like a dancing galaxy. It wasn't just an object. It was alive. It radiated the very joy and peace that Leo had felt while creating it. The queen, who was judging the competition herself, walked up to it, and without saying a word, simply placed her hand on Leo's creation. After a long moment, she smiled and said, "The others have built monuments to their skill. This man has given us a piece of his soul." Leo was awarded the highest prize, but for him, it was just a natural consequence. His real reward was the joy in the process of creation itself. Wealth and fame sought him out not because he chased them, but because they were attracted to the harmonious music he was playing. He had proven the ultimate truth. The greatest power is not in doing, but in being. The law of harmony. And so our journey has reached a point that is not an end, but a new beginning in understanding. Leo's story is your story once you have mastered all the laws. Money reacts to energy, not to effort. Struggle, burnout, and striving are signs of disconnection, like the man swimming upstream. Ease, joy, and flow are signs of harmony. The outcome is determined by the energy you radiate. Stop hunting and start harmonizing. Wealth is not prey for you to hunt down. It is a current for you to harmonize with. Leo didn't chase the prize. He harmonized with the joy of creation, and the prize came to him. Your power is in being, not doing. Leo's true power came from his state of being peaceful, joyful, and clear in his purpose. His extraordinary act of glass blowing was merely the result of that state of being. Wealth follows your spiritual clarity. Ambition without clarity creates chaos. When Leo was crystal clear about his purpose to create joy, wealth followed that clarity as a natural consequence. Open your arms in trust instead of clenching your fist in control. Leo did not try to control the glass. He trusted, listened, and cooperated with it. So it is with abundance. It flows toward hands that are open in trust. Declare your reality in the present tense. This is the ultimate alchemical technique. By writing and feeling your desired reality as if it is already true, you are commanding reality from a position of already is, not wishing for something that will be. The ultimate alchemical ritual. Writing the truth. This is the final practice in this book, and also the most powerful. It is not a request. It is a declaration. Prepare the creative space. Take your sacred journal, your golden garden, or soul's granary ledger. This is the place where you no longer sow seeds or audit accounts. This is where you harvest. Choose an aspect of reality. Select an area of your life where you wish to experience a new truth: finances, work, relationships. The act of writing in the present tense. Write a short paragraph, 3 to 5 sentences, describing that area as if it is already your perfect and solid reality. Do not use the words will, want, or hope. Use only the present tense: I am, I have, I enjoy. For example, instead of writing, I want to have a meaningful job, write, I am so grateful to do the work I love every day. My talents are recognized and rewarded deservingly. I feel a deep joy and fulfillment in bringing value to others through my work. The fire of emotion. After writing, close your eyes. Read the paragraph aloud to yourself. Then read it again. Now put the journal down and live in that paragraph for 2 minutes. Feel the gratitude. Feel the joy. Feel the fulfillment. Your body does not distinguish between a vividly imagined reality and a physical one. You are sending a command to every cell, to your subconscious, and to the universe that says, this is who I am right now. Release and trust. Open your eyes. Close the journal. The work is done. The command has been sent. Now step into your day with the calm of one who knows that reality is rearranging itself to match the truth they have declared. Our journey through these pages may end here, but your journey as a creator of your reality has only just begun. The river is always flowing. Enjoy the dance. Chapter 23. The moment between two breaths. When I was a boy, I planted a seed and eagerly waited for it to sprout. Every day I went out to the garden, stared at the patch of earth, and wondered why it was taking so long. A few days later, out of sheer impatience, I dug up the seed to see if it was working. An old gardener saw this and smiled. He told me, "Son, a seed doesn't sprout faster when you stare at it with anxiety. It sprouts fastest when you trust in the darkness in Mother Earth and water it with patience. Your impatience is the very thing disturbing the seed." That lesson taught me a great truth. The delay is not in the seed, but in the interference of the sower. Time is not a fixed, straight line. It is a flexible flow that can be clogged by our resistance or can rush forward when we are in a state of complete trust. At a monastery high on a mountaintop, a drought had persisted for many months. The well was nearly dry, the vegetable patches were barren, and the entire community faced the threat of starvation. The other monks gathered in the great hall, praying day and night for rain, but their prayers rang with the frequency of fear. "O Lord, please send rain," they pleaded, "or we will starve." They constantly looked up at the stark blue sky with anxiety, and their desperation was like an energetic wall blocking the very blessing they were asking for. But one young monk named Brother Otis did not do this. Instead of praying in the hall, he went out to the monastery's parched garden. He did not look up at the sky. He looked down at the earth. He did not ask for rain. He gave thanks for the rain. He walked among the cracked rows of earth and whispered, "Thank you for the abundant rain that has quenched this soil." He touched a withered leaf and said, "Thank you for the dewdrops that sparkle on this leaf." He did this with an uncanny calm and certainty. He was not pretending. He was living in a reality where the prayer had already been answered. The other monks thought Otis had gone mad from the heat, but he continued his work. He wasn't trying to do anything. He was simply being a man living in a lush garden. He was maintaining an unshakable state of having. And then one afternoon, while the sky was still clear, without a single cloud, a miracle happened. As Otis stood in the middle of the garden, eyes closed, feeling the gratitude for the rain that was watering his soul, a small dark cloud suddenly formed directly over the monastery's valley. It grew rapidly, and then a gentle, tender rain began to fall exclusively on the monastery's land, while the surrounding regions remained bone dry. It was not a supernatural intervention. It was perfect resonance. The universe, which always says yes, had responded to the frequency of Brother Otis. While the others broadcasted the frequency of "we have no rain," Otis broadcasted the frequency of "we have rain," and the universe simply agreed with the stronger, clearer frequency. He had collapsed the time gap by completely removing all resistance and living in the end result. The law of instantaneous manifestation. The miracle that Brother Otis created did not come from a supernatural power. It came from the deepest understanding of the nature of reality and time. Time is a flexible illusion, not a fixed constant. The core lesson is to change your perception of time. It is not a barrier. It can bend and contract depending on the clarity of your vision and the stillness of your heart. The speed of manifestation is inversely proportional to your level of resistance. The manifestation is delayed not by the universe, but by your own interference, your doubt, your worry, and your attachment. When Otis eliminated this resistance, the manifestation accelerated dramatically. Live in the end result through gratitude. This is the key to collapsing time. Do not ask for something. Be grateful for it as if it has already happened. Feel the emotions of an answered prayer right now. The pure act of seeing is more powerful than wanting. The other monks wanted rain from a place of lack. Otis simply saw and felt a well-watered garden. This seeing is a creative act of a higher frequency. A miracle is perfect resonance, not supernatural intervention. Miracles do not break the laws of the universe. They are proof that you have perfectly followed those laws. When you remove all resistance and align absolutely with the source, the result arrives instantly and looks like a miracle. Declare your reality with the authority of a co-creator. The phrase "it is so" is not a request. It is a declaration of a truth that already exists in the realm of potential. The state of Otis was a living declaration that the rain is already here. The alchemy of the present tense, "it is so." This is an advanced practice for you to learn to bend time and invite miracles into your life. Define the desired reality. Choose one thing you desire to manifest. Be very clear and specific, e.g., perfect health, an ideal job opportunity, harmony in a relationship. Create a silent space. Find a place where you will not be disturbed. Close your eyes. Take deep breaths to quiet the waves of your mind. Step into the future timeline. In your mind's eye, travel to the moment just after your desire has become a reality. Don't just watch it like a movie. Actually step into the body of that future version of you. Experience with all senses. Now that it is a reality, ask yourself, what am I seeing, e.g., seeing a healthy body in the mirror, seeing a letter of acceptance for the job. What am I hearing, e.g., the sound of my own laughter, the congratulations of others. What am I feeling in my body, e.g., a sense of relief, abundant energy, a warmth in my heart. Anchor the emotion. This is the most crucial step. What is your dominant emotion now? Is it gratitude, joy, peace? Take hold of that emotion, let it spread and fill every cell in your body. Immerse yourself in the feeling of an answered prayer, the co-creator's declaration. While still holding that emotion tightly, place a hand on your heart and declare calmly but powerfully, not as a plea, but as a pronouncement of an existing truth. It is so. Say it again with absolute certainty. It is so. Afterward, open your eyes. You don't need to do anything else. You are no longer in a state of waiting. You are in a state of gratitude. You have commanded reality from a position of completion. Now observe how quickly the universe rearranges events to match the truth you have declared. Chapter 24. A Message in a Bottle. I once had the opportunity to observe a master weaver creating a royal tapestry. Standing beside the loom, all I could see was a chaotic mess. Hundreds of threads of every color imaginable, crisscrossed, running backward and forward in a seemingly random fashion. From my perspective, there was no logic to it at all, only a tangle. Seeing my confusion, the weaver smiled and gestured for me to climb a small ladder to look down upon the tapestry from above. When I looked from that higher, overarching perspective, my breath caught. The mess I had seen moments before now revealed itself as part of a majestic landscape, a design of astonishing harmony and complexity. Every single thread, however misplaced it, had seemed at first had a perfect position in the whole. We in our lives are often just standing beside the loom. We see only the tangled threads of the how and try in vain to find their logic. Our job is not to try and understand the position of every single thread. Our job is to trust the master weaver who always sees the entire picture. Eva was a talented sea captain. She accepted a contract to transport a precious cargo to a southern port. The condition was that she must arrive before the winter solstice. Both her reputation and her fortune depended on this voyage. Eva's intention was crystal clear: arrive at the southern port before the winter solstice. This was her what, but then she became trapped in controlling the how. She personally plotted a single sea route that she believed was the fastest, most direct path. She clung to that chart as if it were the only truth. But the sea had plans of its own. A sudden storm arose, blowing her ship hundreds of miles off its intended course. Eva panicked. Instead of accepting the new situation and finding a new path, she tried desperately to force the ship back onto its old route. She was fighting the wind and the waves. Her crew was exhausted, the ship was damaged, and she felt a state of extreme stress. That feeling was a compass indicating that she was on the wrong path, the path of control. After days of struggling in vain with her ship tattered and the solstice drawing near, Eva reached her limit. She collapsed in her cabin, staring at the now useless chart, and she did something her ego would have never previously allowed. She surrendered. She did not give up on her destination. She only gave up on the path she had mapped out. She clasped her hands and said a simple prayer: I have done all that I can. I now entrust this ship and its journey to the sea and the stars. Please show me the way. The moment she uttered those words, a profound sense of relief washed over her. The burden of having to control everything was lifted from her shoulders. She knew she had done the right thing. With a clear and calm mind, she returned to the deck. She was no longer looking at the chart. She was looking at the signs of nature. And then she saw a flock of seagulls flying purposefully in a direction that her logic and her old chart deemed absurd. But an inner nudge and inspired action told her to trust them. Follow those birds, she commanded. The crew was surprised, but they trusted their captain's newfound calm, and the path the birds led them on took them into a warm ocean current, an underwater stream that no chart had ever recorded. That current, like a highway of the ocean, propelled their ship forward at an incredible speed. They arrived at the southern port one day before the winter solstice. Eva had succeeded not by imposing her will on reality, but by surrendering to a greater intelligence and acting on inspiration. The coincidence of the seagulls was the language the universe used to speak with her, a language that could only be heard once she stopped shouting her own plans. The law of divine surrender. Captain Eva's journey is a lesson in the division of labor between you and the universe. Your job is the what. The universe's job is the how. Your role is to hold a clear intention and vision, arrive at the southern port. Leave the work of figuring out how to achieve that to a greater intelligence that can see all possible paths. Attachment to a single path blocks all other paths. Eva's clinging to her own charted course nearly sank her ship and prevented her from seeing the better current the universe had already prepared. Surrender is not giving up, it is tapping into a greater intelligence. Surrender is not an act of weakness, it is an act of strength and wisdom, a recognition that your finite mind cannot possibly compute all the variables that the universal mind can. Synchronicity is the language of the universe when you have let go. What looks like random coincidence, a flock of seagulls, is actually the universe arranging events in your favor once you stop interfering with your own rigid plans. Act on inspiration, not desperation. Eva acted when she felt an inner nudge to follow the birds. It was a light and inspired action completely different from her previous actions, which were born of control and fear. The feeling of relief is the compass of surrender. When you truly let go, you will feel a distinct sense of relief just as Eva did. Use this feeling as your guide. If you feel stressed, you are trying to control. If you feel trust, you have truly surrendered. Ritual, a message in a bottle. This is a powerful ritual for you to practice the art of surrender, entrusting the how to the universe. Write the letter. Take a piece of paper, write down clearly and with feeling your intention, the what that you desire. Describe the final outcome without mentioning how it will happen. This is your letter to the universe. Fold and seal, fold the letter. As you fold it, be conscious that your job defining the what is now complete. You can visualize placing the letter inside a clear glass bottle and sealing it with a cork of faith. The act of surrender. Now perform a physical act of release. You can go to a river, a lakeshore, or simply stand in your room. Hold the imaginary bottle in your hands. Say out loud, "My job is the what, and it is done. Your job is the how, and I surrender it to you in complete trust. I release all control and open my heart to the best possible paths." Let it drift. With a long, relieving exhale, perform the action of tossing your bottle into a great imaginary river. Watch it float away, taken by the current of the universe, carried far from your sight. Feel the relief. After the bottle has disappeared, stand still for a moment. Feel the lightness on your shoulders. Feel the freedom of no longer having to carry the responsibility of figuring out all the answers. This feeling is your compass. Your only job now is to maintain that feeling of trust and watch for the flocks of seagulls the universe will send to guide you. Chapter 25. The door that only opens in the present. I remember a time as a young traveler when I was in a shabby rented room feeling utterly poor and desperate. I had no money for a decent meal, and my mind constantly flew to a future where I would have everything, and then I would be happy. I was living in a state of waiting. As I was lost in these thoughts, an afternoon sunbeam cut through a crack in the window, landing on the dusty floor. And in that ray of light, millions of tiny dust motes danced, swirling like a radiant golden galaxy. For a moment I was mesmerized. I forgot my hunger, forgot my poverty, forgot my worries about the future. I was completely present with the magical dance of the dust motes. And in that moment I was the richest man in the world. I understood that abundance is not a destination in the future after one has money. It is a state of presence, a door that can only be found and opened in this very second. My point of power was not in my empty wallet, but in my ability to be fully present with a ray of sunshine. Bernadette ran a small haberdashery shop, a modest inheritance from her mother. The shop was on a side street, and she herself always dreamed of one day owning a luxurious boutique on the main square selling fine silks and lace. Her life was a state of waiting, waiting for a miracle, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for her real life to begin. Because her mind was always in the future, she neglected the present. Her small shop was a bit dusty and lacked care. She treated her spools of thread and her buttons as mundane objects. Her energy was one of dissatisfaction and waiting, and of course her shop reflected that it was empty of customers and always struggling. She was waiting to have the grand shop to feel proud, not realizing that her lack of pride in the present was the very thing preventing the grand door from opening. One day, an elegant lady entered her shop to find a button. She looked around, then said something to Bernadette that changed everything. "Young woman, you own little treasures, but you treat them like pebbles." "Why?" Bernadette was surprised. "Madam, these are just common things." The lady picked up a simple wooden button and said, This is not a button. This is the eye of a teddy bear about to be loved by a child. This thread is not just thread. It is the golden trim for a king's robe in a play. The value is not in the item. It is in the love and appreciation that people give it. Those words awakened Bernadette. She realized she had been wrong. Her job was not to wait for a fancy shop. Her job was to turn this humble shop into a fancy place with her own energy and presence. She decided to reverse the process. The next day she began to be instead of wait. She dressed as if she were the proprietress of the most beautiful shop in the city. She performed small rituals. She polished the old wooden counter until it shone. She arranged the spools of thread in a rainbow of color. She placed a single beautiful button on a velvet cushion in a glass case, treasuring it like a precious gem. She did not wait to feel proud. She chose to feel proud right now. She greeted every person who entered as an honored guest visiting her treasury, and the energy of the entire shop changed. It was no longer an old place, but had become a small, enchanting jewelry box. That energy was strangely magnetic. Passers-by began to notice and step inside. A famous fashion designer, hearing of this charming little shop, sought it out and was incredibly impressed by Bernadette's passion. She signed an exclusive contract, making Bernadette's shop the primary supplier for her designs. Before long, the little shop in the alley became famous and brought Bernadette a prosperity she had never dreamed of. She had enough resources to open a large store on the main square, but now she understood that it no longer mattered, because she had learned how to create wealth wherever she was. She had succeeded not when she arrived in the future, but when she learned to live fully in the present. The law of the present. Bernadette's journey is the final lesson, and also the first. All creation, all miracles, all prosperity are born from one place only, the present moment. Your only point of power is the present moment. Stop living in the future. The universe does not respond to your plans. It responds to your vibration right now. The present is the only place where creation happens. Wealth is a state of the present, not a destination in the future. Prosperity is not a place you will get to. It is a frequency you tune into right now. Practice finding and feeling abundance in your current reality, no matter how small. Reverse the process. Feel it first, and reality will follow. Do not wait for external circumstances to give you permission to feel wealthy. You must generate the feeling first. Bernadette felt proud and successful first, and then material reality followed suit. Treat what you have as if it's what you want. This is Bernadette's lesson. Treat your small shop like a luxury brand. Treasure your current job as if it were your dream career. Honoring what is infuses it with the energy to attract more. Small rituals create large gateways. You do not need grand gestures. Bernadette's simple daily rituals, polishing the counter, arranging the threads when done with full presence, became powerful acts of frequency tuning. Stop waiting and start being. This is the final call to action. The state of waiting is a state of lack. The state of being is a state of abundance. The moment you shift from waiting for wealth to being a wealthy person in consciousness, the universe will begin to rearrange itself to match your new identity. The alchemy of the present moment. Finding gold in this second. This is a simple practice you can do anywhere at any time to anchor yourself in your only point of power. Choose your item. Right now, choose a simple item or experience right in front of you. It could be the cup of tea you are drinking, the chair you are sitting on, or your own breath. The act of honoring. For the next 3 minutes, give that thing your absolute and undivided attention, as Bernadette did with her buttons. If it's your cup of tea, feel its warmth. Watch the steam rise. Inhale its aroma. Taste each sip as if it were the most exquisite nectar on earth. Silently thank all the elements that created it. If it's your breath, feel the air enter, filling your body with life. Feel it exit, carrying away all that is no longer needed. Recognize that each breath is a gift, an expression of abundant life. Mine the feeling of abundance. As you are performing this act of honoring, pay attention to the feeling it creates inside you, a sense of richness, of appreciation, of peace. This feeling is wealth. It is pure gold. Realize that you can generate this feeling at any time without waiting for anything. Carry the gold forward. When the 3 minutes are up, consciously carry that feeling of present moment abundance into your next action. You have just made a huge deposit into your energy bank, using only your most precious asset, your presence. Our journey through these pages may end here, but your journey as a creator of reality in the present moment has only just begun. The door is always right in front of you. It only opens in the now. Step through. Chapter 26. The Scent of the Invisible Magnet. On a hillside, there were 2 plots of land lying side by side. The first was a field of wheat planted in straight, neat rows. It was created with a clear purpose, productivity, efficiency, and providing sustenance. It was useful, necessary, and possessed a beauty of order. The second plot was a meadow of wildflowers. No one had planted them. They did not grow for any purpose at all. The wild daisies, the vibrant red poppies, the dandelions grew for one reason only: to fully and joyfully express the essence of their own being. But the strange thing was, while the wheat field only had farmers at work, the wildflower meadow was a place of life and magic. Bees and butterflies fluttered about, children ran to weave flower crowns, and lovers sought it out to enjoy its beauty. The wildflower meadow, in its purposeless existence, became an invisible magnet, naturally attracting life, connection, and joy to itself. That lesson taught me this: in the universe, joy is not just an emotion, it is a gravitational force. Elias was a toy maker, but he had forgotten joy. His workshop was on a gray street in a town that knew only labor and austerity. He had once loved his work, but now it was just a burden to earn enough to get by. He made spinning tops and wooden puppets mechanically. They had no soul, and therefore they did not sell. Elias's life was a vicious cycle of stagnation. He believed he needed to have money to be able to feel joy again, but the very absence of joy in his work was preventing the flow of money from coming to him. He was trapped. One afternoon, while cleaning a dusty corner of his workshop, he found a small pot of bright red paint, left over from years ago, a vibrant color he hadn't used in a very long time. And in a sudden, purposeless moment, he decided to paint a small wooden bird he had just finished carving. He didn't think about selling it. He didn't think about profit. He simply painted. As the crimson paint spread over the wood grain, something inside Elias was awakened. A spark of old passion, a feeling of pure joy he hadn't felt in a long time, suddenly flickered to life. For just a few short minutes, he was no longer a craftsman at work. He was a child at play. It was a small moment, but it changed everything. He had broadcast a new signal. The next day, he didn't try to force himself to be joyful. He simply allowed other authentic moments to exist. He decided to carve a funny, smiling face onto a spinning top just because the thought made him smile. He whistled a happy tune while planing wood. He was detaching joy from productivity, and in that very uselessness, the greatest creative power was born. The energy of the workshop began to change. From a gray and heavy place, it gradually became alive. A child walking by happened to look in the window and was captivated by the bright red wooden bird. The child pulled his mother inside, and the mother, seeing the joy light up in her child's eyes, happily bought the bird. That tiny sale, born from a pure act of joy, became a seed. Elias, encouraged, began to bring more play into his work. He created toys with more vibrant colors, with more humorous details. He was no longer manufacturing toys. He was creating little pieces of joy, and the scent of that invisible magnet began to spread. People were drawn to his shop, not just to buy, but to feel the joyful, creative energy that it radiated. His business flourished in a way he could never have imagined. He He hadn't found a new business strategy. He had rediscovered the frequency of joy, and that frequency had changed his entire reality. Joy was not the result of his success. It was the cause, the law of creative joy. Elias's journey is a testament to one of the most powerful alchemical forces. Joy is a creative signal, not just an emotion. Stop seeing joy as a passive result. Recognize it as an active signal, a powerful frequency you broadcast to the universe to attract more similar experiences. The moment of joy Elias felt while painting the bird was a signal the universe picked up. Your joy is a magnet for miracles. The frequency of pure, non-transactional joy is one of the most powerful attractive forces. It has the ability to draw in opportunities, synchronicities, and abundance that you could never plan for with your rational mind. You don't have to be happy all the time, just allow for authentic moments. The path of Elias was not one of toxic positivity. He did not deny his difficult reality. He simply allowed one small ray of joy to appear, and that spark ignited a great fire, detached joy from purpose and productivity. The most powerful joy often comes from actions that have no goal, like Elias painting the bird just because. This pure energy has immense creative power. The universe doesn't just respond to what you want, it responds to your joy. When you are in a state of joy, you are in the highest frequency of allowing and harmony. In that state, you become a clear channel for abundance to flow through with ease. Joy is a reality-transforming force. The cultivation of joyful moments transformed Elias's gray, stagnant reality into one full of color and prosperity. It is a powerful alchemical agent. Practice hunting for joy treasures. This is a practice to help you consciously use joy as a creative tool, transforming it from a random emotion into a deliberate habit. The promise of joy. At the beginning of each day, make a simple promise. Sometime today, I will do at least one thing for no other reason than pure joy. The hunt. Keep your radar on to hunt for this treasure. It doesn't have to be a big thing. It could be stopping for 5 minutes to truly listen to a song you love doing nothing else. Taking a different route home just to look at a beautiful row of trees. Reading a few pages of a favorite childhood book. Whistling a silly tune. Watching a cloud drift by. The key is the act is not for the purpose of improving health, personal development, or increasing productivity. It has only one goal: delight. The act of immersion. When you perform that act, be 100% present. Immerse yourself in it. Feel the joy, the peace, or even the silliness of it. Let the emotion fill you. Acknowledge the signal. After the moment has passed, take 30 seconds to acknowledge it. Say silently to yourself, I have just broadcast a powerful signal of joy into the universe. I have just sent out the scent of the invisible magnet. The creative work for today has been done. By practicing this, you are training yourself to become a conscious broadcaster of the frequency of joy. You will be surprised by the people, opportunities, and small miracles that are attracted to the scent radiating from you. Chapter 27. The 4 Seasons of a Seed. When I was a young man, I knew an impatient farmer. He inherited a fertile plot of land and had the finest seeds, but he did not understand the rhythm of the earth and the sky. In the middle of winter, when the ground was still frozen hard, he went to his field and tried to sow his seeds. He worked furiously, using a pickaxe to break the icy soil, but the seeds he planted just lay there and froze to death. He was trying to force a spring that did not exist. Come summer, when the young plants were green, he grew restless again. He walked among the rows of corn, trying to pull the young cobs from the stalks, hoping they would grow faster. He was trying to harvest when the crop was not yet ripe. An old farmer observed him and said, "Young man, you cannot force summer to come in the middle of winter, nor can you harvest at the beginning of summer. The wisdom of a farmer lies not in his strength, but in his understanding of timing. There is a time to sow, a time to nurture, and a time to wait in silence. To fight that rhythm is to court only disappointment." Isolde was a talented sculptor, but her studio was filled with unfinished blocks of marble. She had a grand vision in her head for a piece called The Swan, but every time she began, the stone seemed to fight against her, and she always ended in frustration and exhaustion. Isolde's problem was that she was trying to dance all 4 seasons in a single day. She was trying to envision the final form of the swan, while simultaneously worrying about how to carve its curved neck. She would just begin to act, making the first chisel strikes, when doubt would rise up and she would lose the feeling of the original beauty. She became impatient, trying to force the stone into shape too quickly, going against the natural grain, causing precious pieces of marble to shatter. She was trying to sow water and harvest in the same morning. In her desperation, she sought out a hermit, an old master sculptor who lived in the mountains. The master did not teach her a single new chiseling technique. He only taught her about rhythm. First, he said, is spring. You do not touch your tools. You only walk around the block of stone. You sit with it. You drink tea with it. You dream of it. You invite the image of the work to appear in your mind. This is the time to sow the seed of vision. That is all. Then comes summer, he continued, when the vision is crystal clear and your heart burns with passion. That is the time to pick up your hammer and chisel. You work, you sweat, you pour all your energy and emotion into the stone. This is the time for inspired action. After that, he said, comes autumn. The heavy work is done. The basic shape has emerged. Now is the time for refinement, for patiently polishing, for making the work shine. No more striving, only careful attention. And finally, the master said, his eyes gazing into the distance, is winter. This is the most important and most difficult step. There will come a time when you know you have done all you can. That is when you must put down your tools, cover the work with a cloth, and walk out of the studio. You must let go. You must trust that the final magic, the soul of the piece, will complete itself in the silence, when you are no longer trying to control it. Isolde returned with a profound understanding. She chose a new block of stone. She spent an entire week just walking around it, drinking tea and visualizing spring. Then, with a clear vision, she worked passionately for many weeks, chiseling with a joy and passion she had never known. Summer. When the shape of the swan emerged, she put down her large chisels and spent time patiently sanding and refining. Autumn. And then she did the hardest thing. When she felt she had done all she could, she covered the work with a cloth, locked her studio, and walked in the forest for a whole week. She had completely let go winter. When she returned and removed the cloth, she held her breath. The marble swan before her was not just beautiful, it was alive. It seemed as if a soul resided within it. By honoring each season of creation, she had not just made a sculpture, she had co-created a miracle. The law of the creative dance. Isolde did not learn a new skill. She learned a dance. The 4-season dance of creation, a dance the universe is always dancing. Creation is a rhythmic cycle, not a single act. Stop seeing manifestation as an instantaneous event. See it as a sacred 4-season cycle. Honoring each season in its own time brings effortless creation. The 4 steps of the creative dance. Envision, act, refine, and release. This is the map of creation. For things to flow, you must move through each step sequentially. Trying to do them all at once only leads to chaos. Work with the grain of life, don't fight against it. Isolde's attempt to force the stone caused it to shatter. When she learned to work in harmony with it, beauty emerged. There is a time for everything. Honor the phase you are in. Wisdom lies in knowing when it is time to sow seeds. Envision when it is time to water, act, and when it is time to let the plant grow on its own release. Don't try to act when your soul needs stillness. Letting go is the final and most powerful step, the phase of releasing your attachment to the outcome and the timing is when you show your absolute faith in the universe. This is the act of handing over the power, allowing a greater intelligence to arrange the final details. Ask yourself, what is this the time for? This is the compass question, helping you to become a conscious participant in your own cycle, ensuring you are always in the flow instead of in resistance. Practice the 4 seasons compass. This is a practice for you to determine which season you are in with respect to a specific goal or project, and what the most appropriate action is. Choose your seed. Think of an important goal in your life right now, a work project, a relationship, a financial goal. Ask the compass. Close your eyes, place a hand on your heart, and ask sincerely, for this seed right now, what is this the time for? Listen to the answer. Read the descriptions below and see which one resonates most strongly with you. Be honest with your feeling. Spring sowing. Do you feel a new excitement, but the vision is still vague? Do you have an urge to learn, to daydream, to brainstorm? If so, your work is to envision. Allow yourself to dream big. Summer growth is your vision, crystal clear, and you feel a powerful energy to get to work. If so, your work is to act. Work with passion. Autumn harvesting. Do you feel the main work is almost done, just needing final refinements, or have you begun to see the first results? If so, your work is to refine and be grateful. Winter resting. Do you feel tired, stuck, that you've done all you can, or simply uninspired? If so, your work is to let go. Trust, rest, entrust the result to the universe. The appropriate action based on the season you've identified. Commit to taking one appropriate action in the next 24 hours. If it's spring, spend 15 minutes free writing about your vision. If it's winter, consciously do nothing related to that project and go for a walk instead. By honoring this natural rhythm, you will stop fighting with life and start dancing with it. Chapter 28. The drop returns to the ocean. I will tell you an old story that I love most of all. It is about a man who had a recurring dream that a great treasure was buried under a bridge in a distant capital city. Compelled by the dream, he sold all he had and began a long, arduous journey. After many months, he finally reached the capital and found the bridge from his dream. But the bridge was always guarded by soldiers, and he could find no way to dig. Exhausted and in despair, he told his story to one of the guards. The guard burst out laughing. "You are a fool to believe in a dream," he said. "I myself have frequent dreams. I often dream that there is a treasure buried right under the hearth in the house of a man named Alton in his faraway village." The man was stunned. Altan was his name, and that was his village. He hurried back, making an equally long journey home. When he reached his familiar house, he dug up the earth right under his own hearth, and there he found a treasure far greater than anything he had ever imagined. He had had to travel the entire world only to be told that the treasure he was seeking had always been right beneath his feet. Our spiritual journey is just like that. We travel in a great circle, learning laws, practicing rituals, only to finally realize a single truth. The source of everything we seek has always been right within us. Down in the valley, the kingdom was shrouded in a dark time. The crops had failed, trade had stalled, and an energy of scarcity covered the land. Everyone was worried and desperate. A young nobleman who had heard of a master sculptor living as a hermit in the mountains decided to set out to find this wise man. The young man believed the master must have some secret, some hidden hoard of gold to be able to live so peacefully in such chaotic times. After many days of climbing, the young man reached the master's simple workshop. He was astonished. There was no wealth here as he had imagined. There were only sculpting tools, blocks of wood, and a profound silence. "Master," the young man asked, "down below everyone is suffering. How can you live in such abundance and peace? What is your secret? Where does your wealth come from?" The master did not answer. He simply smiled and gestured for the young man to sit. He picked up an ordinary block of oak. He closed his eyes. The nobleman felt the very air in the room seemed to change. It grew dense, vibrational, and filled with a creative energy. The master was not asking for anything. He was not striving. He was simply becoming a conduit. The young man heard the master whisper to the block of wood, "Show me the beauty hidden within you." Then he began to work. His hands moved with the grace and ease of a dancer. The strikes of his chisel were not acts of effort, but of cooperation. It seemed as if he were not the one carving the wood. It was as if he and the wood were one, and beauty was simply being allowed to express itself. The nobleman sat there mesmerized. He realized the master's secret. He didn't have a treasure, he was the treasure. His abundance did not flow into him from the outside. It flowed from him to the outside. When the work was complete, a hawk so lifelike it seemed ready to take flight, the master gave it to the young man. "This is my wealth," he said. "It is not in a vault, but in the infinite ability to create. I do not seek the source, for I am the source. And you, young man, are the same. Go back and do not try to fill the kingdom's granaries. Teach the people how to find the granary within their own souls." The law of oneness, and that, my friend, is the ultimate truth to which all paths lead. The master's teaching is a teaching for you right now. The search is over. You are the source. Stop seeking wealth, love, or peace on the outside. The wellspring of everything you desire lies completely within you. You are the treasure under the hearth. You are not the receiver. You are the channel and the expression itself. This is the final identity shift. You are not an empty vessel waiting to be filled. You are the very river of abundance itself, the energy of wealth taking form. Let go of the story of randomness and external forces. Your financial reality is not controlled by the economy or by luck. It is a direct and immediate reflection of your consciousness. Reclaim your full power. Every challenge is an invitation to remember who you are. Do not see hardship as failure. See it as a sacred alarm clock designed to awaken you from the dream of powerlessness and separation to call you back to your true identity, the source. The only limit is the veil of forgetting. There are no real limits to the abundance you can experience. The only barrier is the veil you draw yourself when you forget your own infinite creative nature. Declare your creative sovereignty. The affirmation, "I am the source," is not an exercise in positive thinking. It is a declaration of power that dissolves all illusions of separation and places you firmly in the seat of the creator of your own experience. The ultimate declaration, "I am." This is not a practice to achieve something. This is a declaration of your true nature. This is the destination, the return. Find a truly quiet space. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath and feel that it is not just you breathing, but the entire universe breathing through you. The silence of the source. Sit in that stillness. Feel a peace and infinite creative potential that exists in this silence. There is no lack. There is no wanting. There is only being. This is the feeling of the source. The sovereign declaration from this deep and silent place. Whisper or speak aloud. This is not a request. This is a pronouncement of an eternal truth. The search is over. Breathe deeply. I no longer seek abundance, for I am abundance. Breathe deeply. I no longer await creation, for I am creation. Breathe deeply. I am the source of all that I experience. Breathe deeply. The universe expresses its wealth and joy through me. It is so. Live in the truth. Open your eyes. The journey of seeking is complete. The journey of experiencing and expressing your true nature has just begun. Chapter 29. Tossing a pebble into a still lake. I once arrived in a village on the night of a festival. When I got there, the entire village was shrouded in darkness. Then I saw an old woman all alone, slowly lighting a single paper lantern. She placed it on the river, and the lantern began to float away, a lone but brilliant point of light in the night. Another person, seeing the beauty of that act, came near and lit his own lantern from the flame of hers. Then that person shared the flame with another. Soon, from a single point of light, the entire river had become a river of light, with hundreds of lanterns floating by, illuminating the whole valley. That great river of light was not created by a giant torch. It was started by a small act of sharing a ripple of light initiated by one person. And that is the ultimate purpose of the wealth we seek, not to become one great fire, but to light as many other lanterns as we can. Lord Alistair was a retired scholar. He had everything a person could desire: a fortune sufficient to live in luxury for the rest of his life, a library filled with precious books, and a beautiful, quiet garden. He had completed the journey of seeking abundance and had won the game. But in that peace, he felt a subtle emptiness. His life was like a mountain lake, crystal clear, still and beautiful, but also stagnant. His wealth just sat there, serving only him. It had no purpose, no flow, and he felt a gentle sadness, a sense that the most important thing was still somehow missing. One afternoon, a young musician with a broken lute knocked on his door, seeking shelter for the night. Alistair, out of habit, gave the young man a gold coin. But the musician didn't just need money. He yearned to play music, to share his gift, but his instrument was broken. Looking into the young man's eyes, full of passion, but also sadness, something in Alistair's heart was awakened. For the first time in years, his wealth suddenly had a reason to exist. A why had appeared. Instead of giving more money, Alistair did something different. He invited the young man to stay. He dredged up the woodworking skills he had learned in his youth. He used the precious woods from his own stores, and together with the musician, they not only repaired the lute, but created a new one, a true masterpiece. In that process, Alistair shared not just his material resources, but his time, his knowledge, and his care. He had tossed a small pebble into the still lake of his own life. When the lute was finished, the musician played a song to thank Alistair. The melody, born of gratitude and played on a magnificent instrument, filled the mansion with a joy and vitality it had not known for a long time. Alistair felt a fulfillment deeper than any material comfort could provide. But the ripples didn't stop there. The musician departed and began his own journey, carrying his lute and his music to villages far and wide, soothing weary souls and bringing joy to all. The joy had been multiplied. Alistair, hearing news of the places that music had touched, realized a great truth. The purpose of a lake is not to keep the water for itself, but to become the source that nourishes the streams. He used his fortune to establish a small school, a patronage for talented young artists and artisans who were struggling. His stagnant lake had now become a clear headspring, creating countless ripples of beauty and creativity that spread out into the world. He understood that the true value of his wealth was measured not by what he accumulated, but by the ripples he started. The law of ripples. Alistair's journey is the final and greatest lesson. Wealth is not a destination for rest. It is a starting point for service. The ultimate purpose of wealth is to create ripples. Money is not meant to be hoarded in a stagnant lake. It is energy that needs to be released into the ocean of life to create ripples of love and change that touch shores far beyond your own. True wealth is measured by what you initiate, not what you accumulate. Redefine your net worth. It is not the number in your account, but the impact and legacy you create. Your legacy is the sum of the ripples you have started. Wealth flows to where joy is multiplied. The universe always supports and amplifies the channels that help to spread joy. When Alistair used his resources to create joy for the musician and for many others, he aligned himself with one of the most fundamental laws, and a greater life purpose found him. Your legacy is built today. Do not wait until you have enough to start giving. Alistair's legacy did not begin with the building of a grand school, but with the small act of helping to fix a single lute. Let your abundance flow toward your heart's calling. The most powerful use of your resources is to direct them toward the things that truly move you, just as Alistair was moved by the musician's passion. This ensures that your giving is infused with the pure energy of love and purpose. To become a greater channel, start a small flow. Starting a small ripple today is an act of declaring to the universe that you are ready to be a channel. This act of circulation will widen the channel so that even more can flow through you. Practice the ritual of the first pebble. This is a practice for you to begin your new role, a creator of ripples, regardless of how much you currently have. Listen for the call for the next 24 hours. Live with a special attentiveness. Observe the world around you. Is there a quiet call being directed toward you? Perhaps it's a friend who needs a word of encouragement. Perhaps it's a street artist playing with all their heart. Perhaps it's a small community project that needs help. Choose your pebble. From what you observe, choose one small specific act of giving that you can perform today. Your pebble does not have to be money. It could be a sincere and specific compliment. 5 minutes of listening to someone with your full presence, sharing a skill or a useful piece of information, buying a meal for someone in need, writing a positive comment to support the work of someone you admire. The act of tossing the pebble. Perform that action. But as you do it with a new consciousness. You are not just helping, you are consciously tossing a pebble into the still lake of the world. Observe the ripples after you have tossed the pebble. Do not expect thanks or recognition. Simply trust that the ripples have been created and are spreading outward. Feel the quiet joy and meaning that comes from the act itself. Acknowledge to yourself, the flow has begun. I am a channel. The journey of seeking has ended. The journey of serving and creating ripples has just begun. Start with one pebble. Today, Chapter 30. The Alchemist's Eyes. I once witnessed 2 travelers walking the same road. The first complained constantly. He said the sun was too hot, the road too dusty, and his bread too dry. For him, the journey was an ordeal to be endured to get to a better place in the future. He lived in a world of lack. The second traveler walked that very same road at the very same time, but he was smiling. He felt gratitude for the warmth of the sun. He saw beauty in the patterns of the dust on the road, and he savored the simple taste of his dry bread. For him, the journey itself was a joyful adventure. He was living a golden life in that very moment. There was only one road, but 2 completely different worlds were created not by the circumstances, but by the eyes of the traveler. A rich life is not a destination, it is a way of seeing. Anya, the weaver we met before, was no longer struggling. Her tapestries were beloved by all, and she now had a proper workshop and a comfortable life. She had achieved what she once dreamed of, but then a new, more subtle anxiety began to creep into her soul. She became obsessed with maintaining her success. She worried that her next tapestry would not be as warmly received as the last. She began to measure her worth by the number of orders and the praise she received. Her workshop, once a place of creative joy, was gradually becoming a place of pressure and performance. She had acquired external wealth, but was slowly losing her inner wealth. One day, the old blind woman who had once given her precious advice came to visit her workshop. Anya proudly brought out her most magnificent and complex tapestries. The old woman could not see them. She only ran her aged hands over each one. After touching the most intricate works, she stopped at a small piece of cloth in the corner, a piece Anya had only used to test colors whimsically. This one, the old woman whispered, her fingers seeming to read the threads. This one has laughter in it. The others have skill, but this one has wealth. The old woman's words were like a bell that awoke Anya. She realized she had fallen back into the world's trap, measuring wealth by external standards. True wealth was not in the complexity of the pattern or the price of the tapestry. It was in the joyful, innocent moment when she was playing with colors. That was what the old woman's hands could feel. She looked around her workshop with new eyes, the alchemist's eyes. She no longer saw a business that needed to be maintained. She saw a treasure that was already there. She saw wealth in the vibrant colors of the yarn spools, in the rhythmic sound of the loom in the warm tea she was drinking. She stopped chasing the next success and began to appreciate the wealth of the present. Her energy changed. She began to weave again, not from pressure but from a deep appreciation for the act itself. Her tapestries became more alive than ever because they were woven from a place of fullness, not from lack. She had learned the final lesson. The journey is not to get wealth, but to be wealthy in consciousness, which was her true nature all along. The law of perception. Anya's journey is the crystallization of all that we have learned. Wealth is not an achievement, it is a perception. A golden life is a perception, not an achievement. Stop defining a good life by external measures. A golden life is a state of consciousness, the ability to recognize and appreciate the wealth that already exists in every moment, just as the second traveler did. Wealth is everywhere right now. Your job is to train your perception to see abundance in the simplest of things. When you acknowledge the wealth in a cup of tea, you are attuning yourself to the frequency of sufficiency. Wealth is not something you pursue. It is who you are. The journey is not to acquire wealth, but to express the wealthy nature that you already are. Pursuit creates distance. Embodiment dissolves it. Inner harmony always precedes outer prosperity. This is the creative law restated one last time. First, harmonize your inner world with the truth of abundance by recognizing it in the present. Then the outer world will automatically reflect that harmony back to you. Measure your worth by the richness of your inner experience. Anya's true value wasn't in the price of her tapestry, but in the laughter woven into it. Your value lies in the depth of joy, peace, and gratitude you feel right now. Thank you and I am ready are the final two keys. Thank you is the acknowledgement of the abundance that already is. I am ready is the declaration of your openness to receive even more. It is the final state of grateful receptivity. Practice the ritual of the two keys. This is a simple yet profound practice to anchor you in the state of the golden life at any moment. The first key. Thank you. At any time during your day, pause. Look around you. Choose one simple thing in your present reality, the chair you're sitting on, the light from the window, your own breath. Spend 30 seconds giving it your full attention. Feel its existence, its role. Feel a sincere gratitude for its presence in your life. Say silently in your mind, "Thank you for the abundance that is present right here, right now." This act will instantly tune you back to the frequency of pre-existing wealth. The second key, I am ready. Immediately after feeling that gratitude, place a hand on your heart. Take a deep breath and say with a feeling of openness and trust, I am ready. You are not demanding, you are not asking. You are simply declaring to the universe that you are an open channel, ready to receive more of the beauty, joy, and abundance that it wishes to express through you. Thank you acknowledges the treasure at your feet. I am ready gives the universe permission to continue filling that treasure chest. Use these two keys often, and you will find that the door to the golden life was never locked at all.